any disruptive influence on the proceedings in general and on the witnesses in particular. An area has been set aside for news media use during the proceedings. The media may question witnesses concerning their testimony given after I have released them from the proceedings. I ask that such interviews be conducted outside of this courtroom. Since the date of the casualty, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and Coast Guard have conducted substantial evidence collection activities, and some of that previously collected evidence will be considered during these hearings. Should any person have or believe they have information not brought forward, but which might be of direct significance, that person is urged to bring that information to my attention by emailing titan@uscg.mil. The Coast Guard relies on strong partnerships to execute its missions, and this Marine Board investigation is no exception. The NTSB provided a representative for this hearing. Mr. Marcel Muse, seated to my far right, is the investigator in charge for the NTSB investigation. Mr. Muse, would you like to make a brief statement?
Yes, good morning. Again, I'm Marcel Muse, the NTSB's investigator in charge assigned to investigate this accident. The NTSB has joined these proceedings to avoid duplicating facts. The NTSB, in the end, will produce its own report separate from the Coast Guard, determine a probable cause, which is required by law, and where appropriate, issue safety recommendations to prevent future accidents.
Thank you. We will now call our first witness of the day, Mr. Fred Hagen, who was a mission specialist on a Titan expedition. Mr. Hagen, please come forward to the witness table, sir. Good morning, sir. I realize we're starting a bit early. Would you like 10 minutes just to get settled and before we begin the proceedings? If I could have 5 minutes. Yes, sir. Well, we'll go into a brief recess and reconvene at 8:45.
Thank you. So I'm not late, right?
This hearing is now back in session. Good morning again, Mr. Hagan. Lieutenant Steele, our recorder for this proceeding, will now administer your oath, sir.
Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Thank you. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by a fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Sir, Lieutenant Commander Katie Williams is going to start with the questioning today.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Hagan.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here with us this morning. As we ask you questions, if you need a break, please let us know. All of my questions are related to your background and your experience as with OceanGate as a mission specialist. Before we begin, I will ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I will stop you and ask for you to explain what the acronym means. Could you explain your background and work history before you became involved with OceanGate?
My background is a commercial building contractor and developer, and I specialize in hospitals, build a number of museums. We do multifamily housing, and so I have a background in construction. I did not have a specific background in the deep diving world. I have had a background in searching for missing aircraft and archaeological projects. So I've spent years, found 8 missing World War II airplanes, returned the remains of 18 airmen for burial, and also excavated a Roman shipwreck on the Adriatic coast. So I have had some experience underwater, and I am a diver, but I'm certainly not a professional mariner.
How did you become a mission specialist with OceanGate?
I became a mission specialist because I found it's a convoluted story, but I'll try to give you the Reader's Digest version. I located 2 Corsairs in Lake Sebago that had been sold to Great Britain through Lend-Lease. And as we all know, the Royal Navy never relinquished this title to their materiel, and it occurred to me that the Royal Navy had, so I attempted to salvage them. Being as the bodies of the British pilots were still on board, I was prevented by Great Britain. But during that endeavor, I met a lawyer named Dave Kincannon, who happened to be a lawyer assisting OceanGate. And he had dove numerous times on the Titanic, had been involved in a number of missions. And when I heard that OceanGate was going to descend for the first time in 2021, I approached Dave and told him that I wanted to be on the first mission.
In your opinion, how would you define a mission specialist?
A mission specialist is an individual who is paying to participate in the great adventure of exploring the deep. And a mission specialist is not necessarily qualified in any particular way for that mission, other than that he's helping to fund exploration in the ocean.
So to confirm, to become a mission specialist, did you pay OceanGate any money?
I did.
And what was your, at the time, what was your understanding, or what were you told your payment was for?
Well, I don't remember what I was told, but I remember what I asked. I wanted to be on the first dive to the Titanic and the Titan.
As a mission specialist, were you part of the submersible crew, or were you a passenger?
Well, both. I was a passenger and who was given the latitude to participate in the mission, and I did so. In my case, in my background, I have quite a lot of experience building things, obviously, and I'm mechanically inclined, so I was able to assist. I didn't do any of the, what I would say, critical items, but certainly tighten bolts on the dome and other things that I would qualify as what we would say in a slang version, monkey work.
Lieutenant Steele, could you pull up Exhibit 029? It's the project execution plan. Sir, there is it will come up on the screen, but also in front of you there are exhibit binders if you wanted to see paper. This is Exhibit 029. If you could scroll down to where it says Mission Specialists, and if it's possible, could you zoom into the specific tasks outlined?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was talking to Lieutenant
Oh,
Steele.
okay.
Mr. Hagan, were you involved in any of those tasks that are in bulleted form in front of you?
Yes.
Which ones?
Well, they certainly did not want me communicating, so I didn't do that. I wasn't tracking. The menial tasks, cleaning inside, outside the sub, helping with the oil-filled housings, and other tasks as deemed appropriate.
Did you receive any training from OceanGate for these tasks?
I was always working with someone from OceanGate, so I was working at their express direction. I didn't receive outside training. It was more on-site training and guidance. But like I said, they were very menial tasks.
Lieutenant Steele, you can take that exhibit down. And if you could pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 009, the Mission Specialist job description. And if you could scroll down to paragraphs 2 and 3, the physical duties. Mr. Hagan, are you familiar with this document? Or were you provided a similar document?
Yes, I reckon. I don't know if it's this same document, but I recognize the verbiage.
Were you asked about your color vision or your hearing prior to going on board with OceanGate?
Yes.
And were you given a duty during an emergency while on board?
I have no recollection of that.
Lieutenant Steele, if you could scroll down to the expedition duties.
I think, Commander Williams, can we go to a question while the recorder finds that next question?
Yes, sir. I can just ask a general question about it. As a mission specialist, were you involved in any of the following assigned duties? Submersible navigation, data logging, media collection, surface communications, or a safety watch?
Safety watch and data collection.
Can you please explain what you did during those times with those duties?
Well, data collection was, I was giving a list of things to track during our descent by the scientist who was on board. And off the top of my head, I don't recall what they were, but I was making notations about the experience and trying to fill in the blanks as they were given to me. The safety watch was just something I think everyone shared, and just, you know, especially when we were towing the submersible, you know, someone had to keep an eye on it to make sure that nothing went awry, so everyone took a turn.
Were you ever asked about physical limitations or overall health prior to your duties as a mission specialist?
Yes, I believe I was.
And Lieutenant Steele, you can pull that exhibit down. how many dives did you participate on with OceanGate?
2 dives where we actually descended.
My next questions are related to the Titan expedition in 2021. According to the dive logs provided by OceanGate, you were on board a dive on July 3rd, 2021 that made it to 1,700 meters. The dive log stated the sub lost starboard thrusters. Are you familiar with this dive?
Yeah, I thought it was on July 2nd, but I'm getting old, so go ahead. Yeah, I was on the dive.
And were you involved in any of the planning meetings for that dive?
Of course.
Can you please walk us through what a planning meeting looked like?
Well, with OceanGate, there was a plethora of planning meetings, so you're always either in a meeting or coming out of one or getting ready for one. So we would have morning meetings and evening meetings, but the planning meeting we would go through in sequence, every 10 or 15 minutes of the pre-launch schedule and then what would happen while we were down. And then going through a checklist of making sure that everyone had checked each component and signed off, and it was that was the nature of the meeting.
And were you assigned any tasks for this specific dive?
Well, I was just given a sheet of data by the scientist, and I don't think I was given specific tasks, but they basically accepted me as a member of their team, and we were all basically together, enjoying the experience and making sure that it went smoothly. And they weren't supposed to take mission specialists on this dive because there had been an incident a couple of days before, but I had prevailed upon Stockton. I reminded him that my intent was to be on the first descent, so that's why I was on board.
You just mentioned a previous incident. Can you go into detail what you understood happened? Or were you present for that incident?
I was present.
Can you please talk about that incident?
Well, we attempted to launch the Titan, and we experienced some issues, and when they were pulling it back up onto the deck, I believe what happened was that it came up and the crane was pulling it up the ramp, and it got to a point where it was seesawing. There's the flat plane of the deck, and then there's the angled plane of the ramp, which is fairly steep, probably a little too steep. But again, this was all experimental, and we were feeling our way through it. So it was teetering back and forth, and then the crane operator let it go a little bit too abruptly. And it slammed down on the deck with quite a bit of force. Now, the complicating factor was that a decision had been made to only install 4 of the 18 bolts in the 3,500-pound titanium dome. And that decision was made. I was there when the decision was made. I was not, I did not articulate any opinions one way or the other. But the thought was that once the ship went, or the Titan went to depth, that the pressure would be so intense that you didn't need any bolts. You wouldn't be able to pry it off with a jack. So they were trying to minimize the time it took to get the mission specialist out of the Titan after the mission ended. And that decision was made. The problem was no one anticipated that the platform was going to be dropped with such force. And you're also in the North Atlantic, so the ship's going up and down. There's a lot of factors that combine together. The force of the platform hitting the deck of the, was that the Horizon Arctic that you're? Yeah. The Horizon Arctic, it just basically sheared off several bolts, and they shot off like bullets. And as you know, the titanium dome fell off.
Yes, thank you. Did you witness or did you notice any damage to the forward dome?
No, there was no visible damage. It was obviously a very robust structure. It was just the connecting points that severed.
Can you explain why you were allowed to dive when there weren't supposed to be any mission specialists on board?
Well, when I say no one was supposed to, the original mandate was that, okay, we've had an incident, we're going to go down and not take any mission specialists. It wasn't like some legal reality because this was all operating in an experimental environment. I reminded Stockton that it was my intent to be on the first dive and that I was comfortable getting in and was willing to accept that risk.
Going back to the dive on July 3rd or around July 3rd, 2021, can you tell me about this dive and why the dive was aborted?
Yes, I can. And you want me to do so, obviously. Yes, we went down, it was PH, Nargillet, Stockton, Scott Griffith, and myself. So we were launched and we, basically blew the air tanks and went down 30 meters, floated the Titan, and we began a descent. Now you have to remember, this is literally the first descent to depth, other than practice, descents in other locales. So we realized very early on that we had weighted the Titan slightly off balance. And the original intent was to go down nose forward and kind of go down on a long gradual angle. And we had unfortunately weighted it ass heavy, so it began spiraling. So instead of going down on a gradient, we were going through it wasn't a violent spiral, it was a very slow spiral through the ocean. And we descended through the shades of light until we entered a world of utter darkness, a complete absence of light, as you're aware. And during that descent, we would see various phosphorescent creatures in the inky blackness, and all systems were off except basically a couple LED lights and the little laptop that they were using to send text messages to the surface. So we basically free fell. I believe it was for 2.5 hours. I don't recall the exact timeline, but it was a few hours. And because we were spiraling slowly through the void, we were off course and we were caught in the currents and we were in this kind of unusual attitude. So when we were approaching the bottom of the seabed, we received a text message, and again, communications were very erratic. We would lose comms, which was not unusual because of the different, climactic zones in the ocean. It was hard to get signals, but it would come in and out. But we received a text message that we were off course. So at that juncture, we were all discussing all these things together jointly. We decided to throw the thrusters on and correct our course and make our way towards what we believed was the bow. Now, you have to remember that the Titan only has a sonar that can go out about 100 yards. So when you're at the bottom, you're basically operating in the blind until you actually get within 100 yards of anything. So you could actually go down and completely miss the Titanic because it's such a vast area. So, but we were given a heading by the mothership, and we then threw on the port thruster, and when we fired the starboard thruster, it failed to activate, and as everyone in this board, I'm sure, is well aware, electronics, salt water, and extremely intense pressure, they're just not always they're not compatible at all. So the starboard thruster failed, and we realized that all we could do was spin around in circles, like making right turns. At this juncture, obviously we weren't going to be able to navigate to the Titanic, so the decision was made to jettison our weights. And there were a number of weights. There were the sandbags that were attached. There were also the pipe weights, and the pipe weights were released mechanically by rocking the Titan back and forth. And we dropped, I believe, 3 of the 4. The 4th one got stuck, so we couldn't get it off. So it took us probably 20 minutes before we actually saw a perceptible rate of ascent that, other than maybe just a couple feet. And then we began ascending, and again, these are just very approximate timelines because I don't exactly remember, but I think it was 3.5 hours to come up to the surface, but it was quite a while. But we came up No, we weren't making much time. So we left the port thruster run, and then we began making long spiraling turns, or just long turns to the right during the ascent. So I think we did speed up. So, and I don't remember how long it was. It seemed like a long time, but we got up and got back on the platform, and they filled the tanks. We came up, and then we had to tow it back to St. John for repairs. And the decision was made by Stockton not to put it back on the ship because of the damage that had been sustained on the previous time to take it on deck. So the decision was made to tow it at about 5 to 8 knots.
Since you paid to go to the Titanic, did you get reimbursed since you didn't make it to the Titanic?
No, I did not. I don't believe there was any provision to be reimbursed, but Stockton made it clear that if you did not get to the Titanic, you would get another opportunity. And eventually, and I can't say I was overjoyed that I went that year and didn't get to the Titanic, but as it turned out, I went back the next year, so I had 2 expeditions basically for the price of one. And you have to remember that this was all in the service of an experimental vessel. Titan, or Stockton, was not necessarily fascinated by the Titanic. What he was trying to do was create a paradigm where he could take people and resources into the abyss, and the Titanic served as this iconic destination that people would pay to go to and help him perfect his technology. I mean, that's really what this was about. Did I answer your question?
You did, thank you. Moving to the Titanic expedition in 2022, according to the dive logs provided by OceanGate, you completed a successful Titanic wreck site dive on the Titan on July 15th, 2022, which we labeled as Dive 80. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Upon surfacing on Dive 80, a loud bang was heard. Do you recall witnessing that?
Do I recall hearing it?
Yes.
Yes, I certainly.
Can you please describe what you heard?
Well, we were ascending, and I don't recall the depth. I think we were fairly close to the surface, but we were still underwater, and there was just a large bang or cracking sound. And of course, sonic events in a submersible are alarming, so we were all concerned that maybe there was a crack in the hull. But it turned out that upon inspection after we got on the ship that the body of the fuselage of the Titan had just jumped in its carriage. So there was no damage.
Did anyone check the real-time monitoring system screen inside the submersible to see if there was any indication by the system that something went wrong?
Of course.
And do you remember witnessing, or was there anything that showed that something went wrong inside?
No, not that I know of. I mean, no one read any data that caused them concern. We were all concerned by the sonic event, but we didn't detect anything on the monitor.
During the debrief, was this loud bang discussed by any OceanGate employees?
It must have been, but I really don't recall it. We went out and looked to see what had happened, and I think we determined what had happened. I'm sure it was, but I don't remember discussing it.
Prior to what you were told for the reason for the loud bang, were there any discussions about the possibilities for the loud bang?
Well, yeah, obviously the concern was that maybe the hull had cracked.
Do you know what investigation was done into the cause of the bang? What specifically was looked at?
Well, we physically determined that the fuselage had jumped in the carriage, so that was the logical inference, and there was no sign. I believe at some point, I was not present for the inspection, but I believe the fairings were removed and the hull was inspected, but we had already we had determined to reasonable degree of satisfaction that the hull had jumped in the carriage.
And did anyone ever present to you the real-time monitoring system data that was taken off afterwards?
No, and in fairness to OceanGate, I wouldn't have had any clue what I was looking at anyway.
At the time, did you have concerns about the noise?
Well, yeah, you're in a submersible and there's a loud bang. You would have to be brain dead not to be somewhat concerned.
When they told you what the reason was, were your concerns, were you no longer concerned?
I was satisfied by the explanation.
Do you know if anybody else on board voiced concerns about the noise you heard?
On board the Titan?
The Titan or the Horizon Arctic or any OceanGate employees?
Oh, I remember it was widely discussed, and so there was a level of concern. I wasn't all that concerned myself. I'd finished my dive, so I wasn't really that focused on it. So I apologize. I probably wasn't paying that much attention.
Would you have felt safe going down to depth again after that loud bang?
Well, that's an interesting question. Anyone that felt safe going to depths in the Titan was deluded or delusional. I mean, it was an experimental vessel. It was clear that it was dangerous. And anyone that wanted to go was either delusional if they thought it wasn't dangerous, or they were just embracing the sense of risk. I mean, it's kind of like jumping out of an airplane. I mean, you don't do it because it's safe. You do it because it's an adrenaline rush. And yeah, I would have gone back down again. I mean, that we weren't going down in search of safety. We were going down in search of adventure and exploration.
What was your overall impression of the safety culture at OceanGate?
The way I would describe, Stockton Rush was a very interesting individual, and he was a brilliant man. He was an inventor, was an aeronautical engineer, had flown experimental airplanes, had built an experimental submersible. So this was a man who was engaged in high-risk endeavors and was comfortable with a level of risk that most people would not tolerate. At the same time, Stockton made a very conscious and astute effort to maintain a perceptible culture of safety around a high-risk environment. And by that I mean that there was a very detailed set of steps taken to abort a dive. For instance, we had what we call anomalies, which were seemingly minor events that had no real significant bearing, but if just some little issue that popped up, if there were a certain number of anomalies, it constituted a strike, or if there was a major, something that you would consider a more major impact, that could constitute a strike on its own. If you got the 3 strikes, they aborted the dive. Anyone on the ship, including the cook, had the ability to say that we're aborting the dive for whatever reason they thought. So I'm not sure how to better illuminate that reality for you, but other than to say that it was a high-risk endeavor in which a dedicated attempt was made to adhere to a culture of safety.
You used the term perception of safety. So it was your opinion that
it wasn't a safe. This was not. It was not safe diving in the Titan, and it was never supposed to be safe. And if it was safe, then you might as well just get in a trolley car and ride around town. But it wasn't supposed to be safe.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Okay.
Sir, Lieutenant Commander Emmons now has questions for you.
Good morning, Mr. Hagan.
Good morning.
How did the payments work for your dives as a mission specialist? Like, did you write a check? Did you wire? Who did you write the check out to? How did that work?
Well, I certainly didn't write a check. I believe, I don't remember who we sent the money to, but I received an email giving me directions on where to wire the funds. I forwarded the email to one of my secretaries, and she wired the funds. I I don't remember. I don't even remember exactly how much it was, but it was wired to, and I don't remember who we wired it to. I assume it was the OceanGate, but I honestly don't know. I wasn't. I mean, that was just an incidental thing to me. I wasn't paying that much attention.
Were you aware of a refund policy at OceanGate? You briefly mentioned it, but from what you were told the refund policy was?
I'm not aware of a refund policy.
Were you ever required to get a physical or a medical exam before your dives with OceanGate?
I was asked to get a physical.
And did you conduct the physical?
Yes.
And did you have to show them proof of that physical?
I mean, my memory's not exactly clear. I believe that I emailed them a physical report, but again, I'm a little foggy. I'm getting old. You'll have to excuse me.
You had stated earlier that you conducted some training with OceanGate members.
Yes.
Lieutenant Steele, can you pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 101, which this is the 2023 Mission Specialist Crew Agreement, but I just want to see if you were provided with a similar document. And please go to page 5. Were you ever provided a similar document? We can scroll to the top so you can read the title if it looks familiar, but it's basically a crew agreement that they sent to the mission specialists.
I'm sure it looks familiar, but I probably just gave it a cursory review.
And you're on page 5. Okay. Under there on this second paragraph, I believe. There we go. Thank you. It states, I understand that as a member of the expedition crew, I will need to complete substantial training prior to the start of the expedition, up to 14 hours depending on prior maritime experience. Did you receive or conduct similar amount of time training?
Mr. Neubauer, is this a document that we've established Mr. Hagan would have seen? I believe this is 2023 Expedition Mission Agreement.
Yes, ma'am, it is. I asked if he saw a similar agreement.
Okay, but
Right,
just
and he said he doesn't recall, and he
Okay.
hasn't read it. So maybe we can ask if he recalls this.
Yes, and I think to frame it, sort of this is a later document for 2023. If you want to take a moment to review it and then say if it looks familiar.
I just read it.
Okay.
Yeah, I recall that we were to receive training. Now, in terms of, you mean training, well, it says prior to the start of the expedition. So we received training on site, obviously, but prior to the start of the expedition, we held a series of kind of like webinars or Zoom calls. And in 2020, and I don't recall how long they were, maybe 90 minutes each, and I believe they were actually recorded. So there was a series of those type of things. They sent us a bunch of documentation that we did, I did read through. I didn't dwell on it extensively. It wasn't. It wasn't like all that illuminating. It was just a bunch of boilerplate and common sense type of directives. But I did skim through it. So there was a level of training. I have no idea whether it constituted 14 hours.
Thank you.
So, sir, just to clarify too, are you saying that training agreement you just read is similar to the one you had seen previously, but you can't match it exactly? So.
It looks familiar. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Did you attend any testing of the Titan in the Bahamas?
I did not.
You stated also earlier that you were aware the Titan was an experimental submersible, but were you aware that the Titan wasn't classed or tested or registered? Was that ever brought up to you?
I was well aware of that. And there were no protocols in place, as I understand it, to test a cylindrical carbon fiber fuselage for deep ocean diving. So I don't believe there was any facility to actually test it at that level. So Stockton, and again, this is my understanding, Stockton would have had to create the whole testing protocol in order to test his own ship.
Did he ever go over the testing protocol that he conducted with you?
Only conversationally. And I don't recall the exact conversation, but I mean, I'm certainly was aware of their previous dives, and you know, I discussed it with PH and Stockton at length, and no one tried to deceive me that this was a safe or easy operation, but you know, I was comfortable going down with them.
I'm going to kind of move to the Titanic Expedition 2021. Again, I know we briefly talked about that with Lieutenant Commander Williams. As discussed, you were on that test dive to the Titanic wreck site for dive 62 on July 3rd, 2021. The dive that only descended to 1,700 meters. When did you pay to be a part of that dive? What year?
I believe it was within 6 months of the launch date. So it was, I approached, it was in the first quarter of 2021, because I approached Dave around Christmas, New Year's, and told him I wanted to go, and he connected me with OceanGate. So it would have been in the first quarter of 2021.
And what was the purpose, again, of that dive? It's listed as a systems test. What were they testing, to your awareness?
They were testing to make sure the Titan could go to depth.
Lieutenant Steele, can you pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 052, which is the dive log and maintenance log, and go to page 2? This is kind of hard to read, but we'll try to zoom in to dive 62. And on the right, as Lieutenant Commander Williams stated, it states that there was a loss of the starboard thrusters. Can you scroll down to page 14? This is page 14. This is part of the maintenance log section. And if you look under dive 62 on July 3rd, 2021, there are several issues listed, and some are dive critical. And that was the dive you were on, correct? Dive 62 on the 3rd of July.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to read them for the record. It states, incident, external hull HPA valve set in the wrong position for the dive. Starboard control pod failed at 1,700 meters after pop sound heard, 0 vacuum, 0 temp, green water alarm. 2 drop weights jammed in the starboard channel. Number 1 and number 3 acoustic sensors have extreme and unusual events, thousands of hits with 5,000 to 6,000 levels only. All other sensors appear normal. Dome hinge retention plate bent, DVL intermittent, external lights flickering and drawing 14 amps, pan and tilt not functional, port battery will not turn on, rear axis camera mount broken, and sub comes off the platform in a rough launch. Were you aware of all these incidents during your dive or after your dive?
Well, I had forgotten that they had an acoustic event down below, but yeah, that does ring a bell now that I'm looking at it.
So I'll ask you to go into that acoustic event, but I'm going to ask Lieutenant Steele to keep this up on the screen and have you go through these from your point of view as a passenger when you're inside the submersible. Can you kind of take us through these incidents and what they look like to you from inside the submersible? You had already talked about the thrusters.
Yeah. Well, and I talked about the weights being jammed. Mm-hmm. We couldn't get them off. The acoustic sensors, yeah, and now that I'm looking at it, I do recall, I mean, they were all discussing everything that was happening in a group setting. I didn't necessarily understand the nomenclature they were referring to, but I recall concerns with the acoustic sensor at depth. And the dome hinge retention plate, and I don't recall that. The DVL intermittent, I don't recall. The external lights flickering, yeah, I remember that. The pan and tilt, yeah, we had issues with that. We had issues with the battery, and no, that was the other mission. We had issues with the scrubber, but I think that was 2022. I don't remember the camera being broken, and the rough launch we talked about. Yeah, I recall most of those.
Did any of that cause you any concern while you were inside the submersible at the time?
Well, there wasn't anything I could do about it. I mean, we just had to get back to the surface. And I wasn't unduly. There was a level of concern. I just figured we'd sort it out and return to the surface.
How did the acoustic sensors and the monitoring, was there like a screen inside that they pulled up? Like, what did that look like?
I believe it was on the laptop screen, but again, I didn't understand what I was looking at. So, to ask me to explain what they were talking about it was all over my head. I knew that they were monitoring the whole, but I believe it was on a laptop or an iPad or something.
Yesterday, we heard witness testimony from another mission specialist. They described the hull to be very quiet on dives. Was that your experience as well?
Generally.
The pop sound that's listed there on the second item, did you hear that sound?
Yeah, we've had a couple. Pop. The one up top was the loud and alarming one, but yeah, there were a couple noises.
And this, just to differentiate, that was on dive 80, but this was on dive 62. Was there another? It says that 1,700 meters after pop sound.
I don't recall any loud sounds on 62. No, it was the only loud one was on the 2022 mission.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Lieutenant Steele. Thank you. Did any employees of OceanGate or past employees ever bring up safety concerns to you?
Safety concerns regards the operation of the Titan.
The operation or the construction of the Titan?
Well, I never personally met David Lockridge, who was the main critic, but I was aware of him, and I was aware of some of his concerns. I don't recall specifically talking to OceanGate employees that had concerns that were expressed to me in any really coherent fashion. I mean, there were always general discussions, about the safety of the ship and making it a safer environment. But I think what you're asking is, did somebody tell me that it wasn't structurally intact and I shouldn't get in it, and that never happened.
How were you made aware of the concerns from Mr. Lockridge?
I believe David Kincannon filled me in on that reality. He knew David, and he knew of the past issues.
Can you kind of go through that conversation with Mr. Kincannon about that?
I don't recall the exact context of the conversation. It was just a conversation about the evolution of the Titan, and I don't even remember when that conversation was. But yeah, I do remember talking about his concerns, and also one of the elements of that discussion was that most of the concerns that were articulated by that group of people that wrote the letter, that was a previous iteration of the Titan, and some of those concerns have been addressed in the construction of the Titan that I was on. So you have to clarify, as I'm sure you're well aware, that a lot of the complaints that David Lockridge had and that the panel had when they wrote were about the previous iteration, previous submersible, and some of those issues were tested and corrected in the construction of the Titan.
Was there ever a time you were on a dive in the Titan that you ever felt unsafe?
I mean, it goes back to the original mandate. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be safe. It was supposed to be a thrilling adventure. In a broad sense, I didn't feel completely safe at any time, but I never felt personally that I was. Well, we got stuck momentarily in the Titanic, but with Stockton, but he was absolutely unflappable, and I was sitting at his right shoulder, and I'd asked him to go around where the brake was, and we had, for a few moments, we had gotten stuck, and I said, and he was very quiet, and he was working the controls, and did I say Stockton? I meant PH, and I leaned over and I said, PH, it seems that we're stuck, and he says, yes, Fred, we are, and then he got it out, and we went on, and I tried to reach the stern element. So yeah, and that moment, I don't think. In fact, everyone else on the sub at that point wanted to go back to the surface, but I prevailed upon PH to making a shot for the stern, which we attempted to do until Wendy got concerned about what we were up to and told us to come up immediately. So I answered your question.
And can we just, for clarification, which dive was that on?
That was the 2022 dive.
Okay. Dive 80?
I'm sorry?
Dive 80 in
Yes,
2022?
yes.
And who was on that dive again with you? I know you just said PH was on that dive with you. But.
Well, PH was on both my dives, and Scott Griffith was the pilot during the free fall, and during the ascent, PH took over flying in the nose when we were actually at the wreck site, and we were accompanied by two other mission specialists, the father and son, Colin and Richard Talon out of St. John's.
Can you kind of tell us about your relationship with Mr. Rush? What was that like?
I really liked Stockton and had a lot of respect for him. Like I said, he was a brilliant visionary. He was an inventor. He had this idea of exploring the deep and colonizing it, and leading humanity into the last great frontier. And I admired him. We did occasionally have differences on certain things that I discussed with him, and for someone who was a risk taker, I got the impression he thought I was a bit of a troublemaker, not in a negative way, just kind of a carefree, tongue-in-cheek individual who enjoyed the process maybe more than I should. But so the one year at the end of they gave a bunch of awards out, and of course I was awarded the Troublemaker Award. So we got along fairly well, but I also was well aware that there were times that I tested Stockton's patience.
With those moments that you tested his patience, were those while you were in a submersible, or can you kind of go into that?
No, it was just it was just breaking rules, the standard rules on the ship.
That you were breaking rules?
Yeah, we'll just, yes.
And when you say the ship, are you talking the support vessel or the Titan?
The support vessel.
Mr. Neubauer, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Sir, we've been going over an hour. Would you like to take a quick break at this time?
If anyone up there needs a break, feel free. Otherwise, I'm at your disposal.
Okay. I'll just do my line, and then we'll take a break, sir. I just have some follow-ups from the initial 2 rounds of questioning. First, going back to the incident involving the dome, sir, did you observe the incident as the dome fell off?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall which side of the dome was on the deck of the vessel?
The outside.
And did the dome slide down the ramp?
A short distance, and I got stuck. I actually have a picture of it on my phone.
Yes, sir. I'd like to get that after the proceedings, to the board, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And the picture you have, is it of the dome stuck on the ramp?
Yes, I was on deck. I was on board when blew off. But then afterwards, I got out in the the little Zodiac, and I took a picture from the Zodiac, and it's looking right up the ramp, and you see the dome laying on the ramp.
And sir, just to clarify, it was I think you said face down. Is that it was on the? It wasn't on the ring side, but on the front of the dome.
It was the exterior of the dome. Yeah, it fell forward, and it bounced and got stuck. I mean, it weighed 3,500 pounds. It wasn't easy to move, so
Yes, sir.
it didn't flop around.
How did they recover that? Do you remember?
I believe they had a crane on board, so they basically rigged it and lifted it up and reset it. And then that's why the next dive was supposed to be basically a test to make sure that everything worked, and I insisted on going.
And along that line, sir, who made the call that you shouldn't go on the dive?
Well, they allowed me on the dive. I'm not sure I follow your question.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase. Who made the initial call that you shouldn't, as a mission specialist, be part of that dive?
Well, Stockton, I think, made a very logical decision that they should do it with their inner team, and and PH wasn't going to be left out of that, and Scott was the co-pilot, so that was the team that was going to descend, and I prevailed upon him to let me participate.
In your opinion, was Mr. Rush the final authority for safety issues?
In my opinion, yes.
Did you ever have a discussion about the U.S. Coast Guard with Mr. Rush?
The U.S. Coast Guard.
Did the U.S. Coast Guard ever come up in any discussions with Mr. Rush?
Probably, but I don't recall. I mean, the Canadian Coast Guard stormed aboard the ship in 2021, armed with AR-14s, body armor, and sidearms, and I still don't understand what they were after, maybe to check and see if we were wearing our mask or something, but I have no idea what they were doing or why they were heavily armed with body armor, but four of them came ashore when we returned from the mission where we lost our thruster. I mean, came on board, but that was the Canadians. I'm sure he talked about the U.S. Coast Guard, and I'm sure it'd be very entertaining if I remember what he said, but I don't remember.
And sort of clarify the record for the record. Are you familiar with the Canadian maritime structure? Are you sure that was the Canadian Coast Guard?
No, I'm not familiar with their structure, but I would assume that if they had body armor and AR-15s, they were a fairly significant element.
So just for the record, the Canadian Coast Guard is a civilian force that is just search and rescue, and so that it's probably another Canadian authority.
All right, it very well may be. Whoever came on, and I thought it was the Coast Guard. They were heavily armed, which was startling. I don't think that has any bearing on this hearing. I just mentioned it in passing. I thought it was the Coast Guard.
Sir, going back to Dive 80, you mentioned that the Titan was entangled for a short period of time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you remember what the Titan was entangled with?
Yes. For my own reasons, I wanted to investigate. The ship broke in half, and normally everybody wants to see the iconic bow shot or the recognizable components, which I wanted to see as well. And we kind of descended a little bit into the grand staircase because the skylight was gone, and so we saw all the normal iconic sites. And I wanted to investigate the area of the rupture, and I asked PH to get back. And of course, there's a lot of current swirling around, and we briefly got stuck. It was just like pipes and things, and PH very quickly. When I say stuck, we weren't stuck. I doubt if it was more than a minute or two. And we were definitely stuck. Yeah.
And just to clarify, the Titan was entangled with the wreckage of the Titanic. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Do you remember what part of the Titan was entangled?
I think we just snagged one of the skids on some pipe or something. I don't think it was that big of a deal, but yeah, we were. I mean, obviously, when you're down there, it feels like a big deal. PH certainly wasn't overly concerned, and he very quickly piloted the Titan away from and released it.
Thank you, sir. Those are the extent of my questions. Before we transition to the National Transportation Safety Board, I'd like to take a recess.
Sure.
And we'll reconvene at 9:50. This hearing is now back in session. Mr. Hagan, I just had one follow-up question before we go to the NTSB. In regard to the incident with the Titanic, was that reported to topside, to the Horizon Arctic?
You mean when we got stuck?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I may be overblowing the whole experience. I mean, we had a skid stuck for a minute, maybe. It wasn't a big deal, and I'm sure it was discussed. I don't remember.
Was there a discussion after the mission was over, topside?
I don't remember.
At this time, I'd like to go to Mr. Muse.
Good morning again, sir. I just have a few follow-ups. Do you hold a merchant mariner's credential from the United States or any other country?
I do not. You said mariner credentials?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't.
When you enter Canada, did you enter as a tourist or as a seafarer?
In 2021, I entered as a mission specialist.
Were you instructed to tell customs or immigration on your role on what you're doing there, either as a tourist or some other function?
Yeah, I was told to tell them that I was participating in the mission and that I was a member of the team that was going to go down on the Submersible, which was correct. I mean, I was also a paying mission specialist, or as you say, a tourist. I did not use the word tourist to the Canadians because I did not think it would be conducive to them allowing me to enter the country, especially with their onerous and anal interpretation of COVID protocols.
During the visit, or as you said, when they stormed aboard in 2021, was that? Do you know? Was that when you came back from a mission, or were you sitting there doing training, about to go on a mission?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the first part?
When the Canadian authorities came on board.
Oh, yes.
Was that? Were you sitting there waiting to go on a mission, or was that when you came?
No,
back
no.
from a mission?
That was when we returned and we towed the Titan back on the platform. We pulled into dock, and immediately 4 heavily armed individuals, came on board, much to my consternation. And I initially thought they'd finally caught up to me, but it turned out it was all just some perfunctory bureaucratic snafu. I to this day, have no idea what they were doing.
Okay. Thank you for your time today, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to go to OceanGate for any questions, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hagan. Just one question. You mentioned the brief entanglement with the Titanic debris during Dive 80. Was that intentional on the part of OceanGate?
No, it certainly wasn't intentional. It was completely my fault, and nobody's fault but mine. I was egging PH on, but it was not intentional, and it really was not a big deal. I don't want to overstate that at all.
That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Fawcett, I understand you have a follow-up question?
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here today. My name is Keith Fawcett. So I just want to go back to Dive 80. Who made the final determination on the cause of the loud noise that was observed when the Titan reached the surface?
Scott Griffith and Stockton were the two that were actually taking responsibility to investigate that, and they jointly made that determination.
Talking about the pre-dive checks, if you'll sit there for a minute and just think of yourself back in the Titan hull when you made those dives. Was the process for the pre-dive checks an orderly process, as if they were following a checklist or a procedure?
Yeah, it would be similar to the checklist you'd use on an airplane. You just go through and mark off things. And they were also talking, by radio, I believe, on the surface to people outside who were also responding, like they were checking off items on a checklist. I don't recall exactly what those items were, but yes, it did seem like an orderly process, and there was attention paid to any anomalies or incidents. And like I said, that's why out of 100 attempts, they only made 13 actual descents to the Titanic, because of the attempt to follow a protocol. And as soon as you got past their threshold of tolerance, they aborted.
During the missions that you were on, do you recall the pilot or OceanGate personnel inside the Titan saying that all of the real-time acoustic sensors were properly functioning as part of the pre-dive check?
I don't remember.
And then you mentioned getting stuck on the Titanic wreckage.
Well, I'm sorry I mentioned it, but yeah.
Do you, prior to your dives, did OceanGate tell you, pardon me, that they had notified the Canadian or the United States Coast Guard of the mission or the expedition so that they would be in a position to assist you if something like entanglement on wreckage or some other problem occurred on the ocean bottom?
No, but I did have clear conversations with at least PH and probably others. The conversation as related to me was that there are few assets on Earth capable of getting to depth, and that if something went wrong, that we were all going to die, and PH related that repeatedly. That was a common conversational thread, I think, on board, was that there were limited assets. They probably could not be organized logistically and scrambled in time to save anyone if something went wrong. And that was the paradigm that we had to be comfortable with.
Did OceanGate ever tell you that they had notified potential contractors or other submersible operators of the expedition so that they would be ready in the event there was a problem in the vessel, the Titan was on the ocean bottom?
I don't recall that.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, sir.
Mr. Hagan, I have a question about your perception of Mr. Nargelet's role at OceanGate, or during the role during the excursions. Did you understand him to be an employee of OceanGate?
No, he was an employee of RMS Titanic, Inc.
And can you explain the process for the piloting on board for Dive 80? Like, was it either Mr. Griffiths or Mr. Nargelet?
Scott basically was in command during the free fall, which there's not a whole lot to do other than free fall. When we got near the bottom, they moved the controller into the nose, and Scott was flying by referencing an onboard camera, an external camera. PH took over and did the visual flying by the wreck site. And I believe everyone was aware that PH was not an employee of OceanGate. He was there as an expert. He was, his nickname was Mr. Titanic, and he was just this warm, vital, extremely likable guy that you couldn't help but feel comfortable with, regardless of who you were. And he was a wonderful addition to the team. But when I say he wasn't an employee, I think everyone also viewed him as an integral part of the OceanGate team. And
was part of that to provide kind of a narration as a guide?
Oh yeah, he would definitely. PH was definitely a draw, and he was such a wonderful human being that he just added a special element to any mission that you were on with him, and even on board ship, he just he made it a pleasure to endure even the most mundane experiences.
Understand. At this time, are there any final questions for Mr. Hagan? Mr. Hagan, do you have anything that would be valuable to the board that we have not asked you?
Well, if I'm done, I'll just, express my thoughts very briefly. I don't know if it's any value to anyone, but, one of the concerns that I have is that the world at large viewed this from the outset as this disaster where somebody had to be blamed, and without access to the facts. First off, I want to profoundly thank this board for your attempts to deliberate what happened in a calm manner and come to the facts in hopes of preventing a recurrence. At the same time, I think my worry is that the greater tragedy than the OceanGate tragedy is if we use this event to inhibit future innovation, and if the regulations derived from this may prevent that kind of innovative approach to the undersea world. The depths of the ocean are fundamental to life, and the elements that are going to sustain us in the coming green economy need to be harvested in a sustainable fashion. So we need ways and means to access that. And the government has not currently been investing the resources to do that. So I think it's up to private enterprise to help, and hopefully with the help of the government, just as the government is working with Elon Musk. And Musk is hoping to colonize space, and I'd love to go there with him. But I did go with Stockton. He was hoping to explore and colonize inner space, which is the last great frontier. So hopefully it's a teachable moment. If you know history, in 1934 we had the airmail fiasco, and it was a disaster. The Army Air Corps tried to fly the airmail with planes, open cockpit planes that only had magnetic compasses, and it was a catastrophe. But it was a teachable moment. And from that moment, the United States had a competition for manufacturers to make designs for the next generation of airplanes, and one of them was the B-17 bomber. So the only reason that we were even somewhat prepared for World War II evolved from that teachable moment. And I'd like to think that this is a teachable moment, and my hope is that, if nothing else, the government and private enterprise team together as they have with Elon Musk in space, because inner space and the depths of the ocean are much more important in the short term than outer space. So it's critical. And I thank you all for your time. I will express I was unhappy with the Coast Guard during the disaster. And again, as it turned out, there was nothing that could have been done. But in the moment, those of us who knew and loved the people on board, we wanted every effort made to save them. And I believe there was a reaction to this, that there had been an acoustic event, and that they had been lost. And it seemed to me, from my perspective, that we should have scrambled the few assets that could have been scrambled in order to effect a rescue rather than a recovery. And I believe there was an asset in Buffalo that was not sent out. So even if there was evidence suggesting an implosion, my feeling was that we should have pursued every possible avenue until we knew definitively that my friends were dead. And if for no other reason, I believe it would have been an opportunity to test those systems and to put them on site. And I don't believe that happened. That's my only criticism. And again, I'm not blaming anyone. I just wish that it happened. But I do thank you for your inquiry, and you've been very calm and deliberative, and I appreciate your tone, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just for the information, for the record, we do have Coast Guard witnesses coming to testify about the search and rescue efforts next week. Excuse me. Mr. Hagan, thank you for your testimony. You are now released from these proceedings. If we need further information from you, I will contact you directly. If you need further information about this hearing, you may contact our recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. At this time, the hearing will recess and reconvene at 10:20.
Thank you very much.
This hearing is now back in session. At this time, we will hear testimony from Mr. Dave Dyer, University of Washington Applied Physics Lab. Mr. Dyer?
Yes.
The recorder will now administer the oath.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. Could you please stand and raise your right hand for me? A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Mr. Dyer, thank you for being here today.
Yes.
Lieutenant Commander Williams is going to start with your questioning, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Dyer.
Hi.
Thank you for being with us here this morning. As we ask you questions, we will take breaks. If you need a break, please let us know.
Okay.
All of my questions are related to your background and your experience with OceanGate.
Okay.
Before we begin, I will ask you to please refrain from using acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I will stop you and ask you to explain what that acronym means. Can you please explain your background and history before you became involved with OceanGate?
Yes, I have a degree in ocean engineering from Cal State University, Long Beach. Right after graduation, I started working for Rockwell International in their marine autonomy group. Most of that was working on advanced submarine warfare projects. That involved submarine communications, it involved boundary layer control, and it involved sonobuoy type technology. From there, I moved over to Hughes Aircraft, working in the dynamics group, so we would do the analysis for shuttle and Ariane and Titan launches to determine how satellites would survive or have issues with the launch. During that time, I also did some work with GM. GM purchased Hughes Aircraft shortly after I was there. I did a little bit of work on some of their solar-powered cars, specifically looking at their carbon fiber structures for solar panels. At that time, after that, then I moved up to Washington, working for Hughes Aircraft at a Boeing facility, was working on satellite integration, so that was looking at the entire satellite systems, integrating it together, doing the testing on it, and getting it ready for launch. And then I participated in the launch support for those satellites. Then I moved over to Boeing, started working for Boeing in the Sea Launch program, worked there for a period of time, and then moved into their Advanced Composites Research Group, where we were really given free rein to work on whatever projects we felt were applicable to Boeing and what they were doing. Then moved over to Precor, doing exercise equipment. Started off in the consumer part of that, working on the actual products, and then I was put in charge of the research and development group. And we were responsible for kinematics, so how does the equipment interact with the human body, and the exercise physiology portion of that, making sure that people were able to use the equipment to the best of their advantage on there. Then moved over to Applied Physics Lab, was brought in specifically to work with the associate director on bringing new programs into the lab, whether they were ONR, Office of Naval Research, or DARPA, which is Defense Advanced Research Programs Administration, I think is what that one is. Working on programs on there, so those were things where we would do conceptual work, looking at underwater vehicles, crawlers, things like that, that would be applicable to what Office of Naval Research and DARPA needed to do. That was when we, at that point in time, about halfway through that, Mr. Miyamoto started working on developing what he called the collaboratory, and that was meant to be an interface between industry and the university. And the goal of it was to give industry access to research that was going on in the universities that they normally wouldn't have access to. And then we would also work to help them find partners that could help them through technology. So most of the companies, when they start off in these high-tech things, they don't necessarily have all the expertise on their company. So we would help them find people that could come in and kind of bridge that gap for them. And that's really how we got started with OceanGate, is we used OceanGate submersibles, the existing ones that they had. I believe it was SUDS at the time, is the one that he used. We used that for obstacle avoidance program. that we were working on for Office of Naval Research.
Who initiated the conversation between OceanGate and the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab?
It's hard to tell who initiated that. Bob and Stockton were talking together. Bob sought Stockton out to use their submersibles. And when Stockton started talking about what his vision for the company was, Bob offered to have APL come on and help him get going on there. At the time, OceanGate didn't have any engineering capability. So the idea was that we would come in and provide that engineering capability while they built up their engineering staff. And at that point in time, we could then step back and just come in occasionally or be advisors to them from that point on. So I believe it was kind of a lunchtime discussion between Mr. Miyamoto and Stockton.
And how did the relationship start out?
We started working with that project on them, the obstacle avoidance program. And then once it was determined that we were going to help them out, Mr. Miyamoto and Stockton put together a contract, and that contract was a very wide open contract. It was meant to be something that allowed a lot of flexibility in there. It allowed us to come in and go in and out on these programs as needed by OceanGate.
And what year was that?
That was about 2012, 2013.
And how far along was the design of Cyclops 2, which later became Titan, when you started working with OceanGate?
Cyclops, we started working with Cyclops 1. Once Cyclops 1 was working, we started working on Cyclops 2. So when we started that contract with them, Cyclops 2 was on the books. It was just something that was to be worked, but we had not started off on Cyclops 2 right off the bat.
And are you aware of how far along OceanGate had gotten into the design process for Cyclops 2 at the time?
I think it was all conceptual stuff from Stockton. I don't think they had really any design work at that point.
Were you involved in any conversations for the carbon fiber hull, where the hull was originally designed from 10 inches, then to 7 inches, and then it was finally 5 inches thick?
We were involved in some of those discussions. I believe that started off with Boeing, working with Boeing on that. I don't ever remember it being up to 10 inches. I do remember it being closer to 5, somewhere between 5 to 7 inches under that part. Then Boeing worked that for a while, and then it was shifted over to Spencer Composites that continued working on that.
So the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab didn't have any maybe stock in changing it from 7 inches to 5 inches?
No, we were not the carbon fiber experts. We were relying on the other ones, and that was part of our deal with Stockton of, if we don't have that expertise on there, we will help them find someone. We pointed them to Boeing because of our work that we had done with Boeing and some of the composites. And then Stockton later shifted that work to Spencer Composites.
What was your experience working with the operations department of OceanGate?
I worked fairly closely with them. I'm a huge fan of when you're developing something, you work with the people who are going to be the end users of it. So I worked closely with the operations group when we were doing the Cyclops 1 vehicle. And then early in the process of Cyclops 2, we were still continuing that relationship with them, working with them. And I would describe it as a very good relationship.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Exhibit 16, the University of Washington research proposal on page 2? Mr. Dyer, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the intent of this research proposal?
The intent was to provide engineering expertise to OceanGate as they work through the design of Cyclops 1 and then moving that into Cyclops 2.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please scroll down to page 4? I'd like to draw your attention. Oh, can you scroll up just a little bit? Up. Thank you. I'd like to draw your attention to the number 6 and number 7 of the technical approach outlined in your proposal.
Yes.
Can you explain to me the importance of assessing performance and reevaluation?
That's huge. That's the key to success. You've got to be able to take your designs, prove the design through test and evaluation, and you've got to be able to understand what that test data gives you and understand what the impact is on the design. So it's crucial.
Now drawing your attention to the second paragraph on the same page. I think you might need to scroll down a little bit. The proposal states trade-off studies will be provided to look at the basic design and fabrication of the pressure hull, especially the mating of the pressure hull to the exterior viewing ports and necessary through-hull connections. Can you explain to me what is meant by trade studies?
It's looking at possible solutions. So when we start off, you'd look at it, you develop concepts of this is what we think can happen on there. And as you go through the design on that, you start refining it, start doing analysis on that, and based on that analysis, you refine your design even further. At some point in time, you can take a step back and you can look at, okay, we're heading down this path. This is the implication, or this is the impact of this design. Are there other alternatives that might be better for this? Are there trade-offs that we can look at that might benefit the program?
And were these trade studies to be completed by UW-APL, or was it to be done externally, or could it be a combination of the two?
It could be a combination of the two.
How much involvement did the University of Washington APL have with the design of the carbon fiber pressure hull?
We were involved in the initial concept on that. We were providing concepts, and the first group that we worked with was Boeing. And we relied on Boeing to provide their expertise for their carbon fiber. We were providing expertise for deep ocean work and what was required for that. So we were helping them understand what the loads would be and what those design requirements would be. But we were really dependent upon them to actually define and design the carbon fiber structure. We were involved in doing the interface between the dome and the carbon fiber structure. But again, that was in collaboration with Boeing. So as we would present ideas and concepts, they would take a look at it and give their feedback. And then we would take their feedback and either incorporate it or convince them that what we were looking at was adequate.
And Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring back up that exhibit and go to page 5, paragraph 2? At the end of paragraph 2, it states, testing of the pressure hull will initially be conducted without humans and then turned over to OceanGate for final safety approval and testing. Was the initial thought that UW-APL would test the full-scale pressure hull?
No, we didn't have the capability of doing that. If when they got to that point, if they needed our expertise or help in that, we were going to provide that expertise or that help in it. But we don't have the capacity to do the full scale.
At the time, did OceanGate agree to the initial testing that it should be unmanned?
Yes.
And what is the importance of conducting unmanned testing?
Especially something where you're pushing the envelope on technology. You're making changes that are not something that the industry necessarily is used to. You want to test that without human life involvement in that. You want to make that as safe as possible. So it would be crucial to do those initial tests without a human involved.
Would you consider one unmanned dive to be sufficient before putting people on board?
No, I wouldn't.
In your experience, do you have an approximate amount of unmanned dives that would be appropriate?
I don't know if I could give you a number. It would be something where we would look at the data after each test and see what the data is doing, see if it's repeatable. Are you seeing change from dive to dive? And that would be the key for me for making a decision on how many you would need to do.
Lieutenant Steele, could you bring up Exhibit CG018? It's the email correspondence between the University of Washington and OceanGate, specifically page 15. Could you scroll down a little? Thank you. In that correspondence, the University of Washington states, to complete items 1 and 2, I will need some level of test data to ensure my FEA, finite element analysis, model adequately represents the carbon fiber hull stiffness and interface boundary conditions. Mr. Dyer, in your experience, what type of test data would be required?
Sorry, stand by for a moment.
You said that this is an email from APL. I just want to confirm, does Mr. Dyer recall this email? Is this his email? Because no names appear.
Yes, thank
on
you.
what he's looking at.
I think it's the first question. Mr. Dyer, do you recognize this email?
I recognize the content. I don't know if I could say I recognize word for word, but I do recognize the content, yes.
And are you familiar who it was to and who it was from?
I'm not. That looks like something that might be from me, but I don't know that for sure.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Lieutenant Commander Williams, do you know who this email is to and from?
Sir, my questions are actually relatively general, so I don't think it would matter who it was from.
In that case, do we need, I mean, what are we referring to on the document? We can ask him generally.
Okay. Yeah, let's keep the questions very general, realizing that we don't understand who's behind this chain.
Mr. Dyer, what type of test data would be required to ensure your finite element analysis model adequately represented the carbon fiber hull stiffness?
Typically, when we look at the finite element analysis versus hardware, we look at strain data, we'll look at accelerations if they're appropriate, and we will look at the pressure chamber data as well. So as the pressure is applied to it, are you seeing changes in that profile as it goes down, unexpected changes in there, or does it look like the pressure hull is reacting according to what you thought it was going to react to?
In your experience, is this a required engineering practice when developing a new design?
Absolutely.
And do you know if any test data was ever received from OceanGate?
The first test that I recall them doing was a scale hull test of a carbon fiber hull. It was I don't remember the scale, but it was a relatively small pressure vessel. That had strain gauges in it. That one failed prematurely. It failed before it reached the design depth on there. And I believe that data was provided to either Spencer or Boeing. I don't remember who it was that laid that hull up. Whoever laid the hull up, it was provided to them. And then the second or follow-on test, that one included accelerometers for the acoustic emissions system in there. That was data, that was about the time we were phasing out of there, and I don't recall ever seeing the data from that. I know that the data was collected, but I don't recall seeing that data.
Thank you.
Commander Williams, we've confirmed that email, Mr. Dyer, was from you to Mr. Nissen.
Okay, thank you.
We understand that after the design aspects of Titan were absorbed in-house by OceanGate, the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab was still utilized for pressure testing. As we understand it, there were third-scale model testing and component testing completed at University of Washington Applied Physics Lab. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. The last test that we were actively involved in was that scale model that failed. The rest of those were tests that OceanGate did on their own without us necessarily being involved in that.
Were you involved in any of the third-scale model testing?
Just the first two cylindrical models, the ones that failed prematurely. Yes, we were involved in those.
What was your experience during these tests?
The first one, the data was collected and provided to, and again, I don't remember if it was Spencer or to Boeing, but the data was provided to the group that did the analysis on that. They built a second one because of that failure. The second one had carbon fiber end domes on there because that was one of the goals that OceanGate wanted to try and see if they could achieve. That was another one that failed. And again, that data was provided to the company that did that layup, and I believe that one, I'm almost for sure that one was done by Spencer because of the dome portion of it. We didn't see the data on any of those that I can recall.
When you say it failed, can you explain what you mean by failed?
The first one collapsed. It was a catastrophic failure. The second one was also a catastrophic failure, but I believe it was the domes that failed as opposed to the cylindrical section.
Were you involved in conversations after those failures with how to make design improvements?
No.
In your experience, would you recommend constructing a full-scale hull if there was not a successful third-scale model test?
Yes, I actually would have recommended to continue with the third scale until you had a success before you did the full scale for cost purposes.
Switching subjects now to the real-time monitoring system. Were you involved in the real-time monitoring system?
We spoke to Boeing about that. They were the group that had the experience with that system. We asked Boeing if they would provide that system or put that into one of the third scale models so that we could take a look at that and see how that would benefit the program. So we were involved in getting that set up, and we worked with Boeing to get that installed into the system. I was there during that test, and I saw the data being collected on there. But again, we did not get that data. That was something that was between Boeing and OceanGate. I believe we saw the final report on that, but we were not involved in the analysis of that data.
What was your impression of the engineering department at OceanGate?
It was a tough group to work with. They had a different mindset on how to proceed with the program than we did.
Can you please expand?
Yes.
Could we clarify what time period we're talking about when we refer to OceanGate engineering team? Thank you.
Yes, I think that's important. What date are you referring to?
This is around the 2015-2016 timeframe.
Yeah. The biggest difference, the part that I struggled with the most is, in my experience, when you have a system, you evaluate it as a system and you look at fabrication and the implications of fabrication as a system. Mr. Neeson wanted to isolate those. He wanted to look at just the carbon fiber hull, just the dome as individual components. And where we really started butting heads is when we were looking at the fabrication of the titanium dome. I wanted the foundry to see what the entire system looked like so that they could provide feedback if they saw anything that they thought was suspicious or that they wanted to put some caution to. And Tony didn't want to do that. I provided that information to the foundry, and that was when Tony really got upset, and that was shortly after that is when we were removed from the project.
Why did OceanGate and University of Washington Applied Physics Lab stop working together?
It was the engineering. We were butting heads too much on there, and OceanGate felt that it was better to terminate that and let their group take over the engineering.
What was University of Washington's Applied Physics Lab impression of the glass spheres? For propulsion,
the glass housings.
Yes.
We like glass spheres. Those are things that are used in the industry, and they're nice and reliable. But they do have some unexpected failures that most people can't explain, typically at significant depths. We did not like the idea of using glass spheres on a manned vehicle, especially when they were going to the depth that they were trying to go to. Had it been shallow, we would have been okay with it, just because of the energy would have been somewhat constrained. But at the depths that they were going to, we didn't like the idea of those spheres out there. If they had an implosion, that's a pretty catastrophic implosion, and we didn't know what that could potentially do to the pressure vessel, to the hull.
And did you make these concerns known to OceanGate?
Yes.
And is that one of the reasons, or is that the only reason that University of Washington Applied Physics Lab and OceanGate stopped working together?
That was one of the reasons. That was probably the final reason on that. That was kind of what ended that relationship. But that was not the only reason.
Can you explain what some of those other reasons were?
It was, like I mentioned before, just the mindset and the philosophy on engineering and developing a new product. We'd had too many conflicts on how we would go about doing that.
What was your opinion of the submersible, specifically Cyclops 2, which later became Titan? What was your opinion of that submersible at the time that you, that OceanGate and Applied Physics Lab stopped working together?
With the initial concept, it was early enough in it that we felt like there was a very good chance it could be successful. The design looked like it was heading down the right path on there. Once we severed that relationship, I don't really know the direction. I would hear bits and pieces. I don't believe Stockton and I talked for quite a while after we severed on there, so I was only hearing bits and pieces of information on what was going on. But we actually felt fairly decent, like the direction. We knew that the design was not complete, and it was not ready to go full-scale fabrication by any means. But we felt like it at least had a chance of heading down the right path.
Were there specific design aspects that you recall as to that were not completed before you and before the University of Washington and OceanGate went your separate ways?
Yeah, the carbon fiber hull final design was not complete in my mind. We had some preliminary FEA on there. We had the third scale test that had some failures in it. So in my mind, that design was not complete. Because of those failures, they had not figured out what happened on those failures from my perspective. And I had not seen an effort to modify or to change the design based on what they saw in there. The titanium spheres, that was about the time we left is when they were shifting away from the glass dome on the forward part. They were going more towards titanium spheres. So that was very early in the design process. We had done enough work to say this is the ballpark so we can at least talk to foundries and start getting a feel for what it would cost to fabricate this and how they would go about doing that. But the design was nowhere near complete on that portion of it either.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Lieutenant Commander Whalen.
Good morning, Mr. Dyer.
Hi.
I want to discuss, or before we move away from the topic as we had just discussed, the 17-inch glass spheres, which were the motor pipe controllers, which were external to the pressure vessel.
Yes.
Can you explain the importance of those as for the propulsion of the Titan submersible?
Yeah, those house the motor controllers and the interface between the internal electronics in the sub and the external. So that was the interface to those motor controllers. And the motor controllers are the device. They're the electronics that control the actual thrusters themselves. So those house the motor controllers and that interface electronics.
And in providing your professional and technical opinion to OceanGate at that time, had you conducted your own technical research as to what a failure of one of those would do?
We only heard anecdotally of the industry and experiences of researchers who had used those in deep ocean work. Typically, when they failed, they lost the entire vehicle, meaning the vehicle either completely shut down or the vehicle was completely lost. Prior to that, I believe there was a Hui vehicle that had been operating fairly deep. I think it was deeper than 6,000 meters, and they lost that vehicle. And the reason for that, the potential reason for that was they believed that the glass spheres had failed and taken the vehicle out. I don't know if that was ever proven or not, but that was what was suspect at the time of that failure, and that was about the time that we were pushing back on using glass spheres for the manned vehicle.
So within that statement, you used the acronym Hui. Can you please tell me who
that's
Hui is?
Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute.
And then, sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
And then you also, by lost, can you please explain what lost means?
It's my understanding that they did not recover the vehicle. If they did recover the vehicle, it was probably in pieces. But my understanding is it was a non-functional vehicle at some point in time during that dive. And they believe that was because the glass spheres had failed.
Is there ever, did you uncover or discover any evidence as to the amount of pressure or that would be caused by one of the failures of the sphere at the depth of 4,000 meters?
We had a young engineer that was assisting on other programs, not the OceanGate one, but he was curious and he ran some numbers on it, and it was pretty astounding the amount of energy that was released. I don't remember the numbers, but it was it was significant. It was as though a bomb had gone off. And again, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was eyebrow raising.
Was it close to about a half kilogram of TNT explosion?
That sounds about right.
Thank you. How familiar are you with classification societies and the classing of submersibles and or vessels for commercial purposes?
We were working with Stockton on the classification process when we through our process, and by the time we were no longer involved in the process, it was my understanding they were still pursuing classification at that time. He had considered several organizations, and he had talked to several organizations. I remember having the GL group. It's Gerschmidt Lloyd. Sorry, it's a German name I can't pronounce. But they were one organization that had a standard for manned submersibles. And that was a group that he brought out to talk to them about what we were doing and things like that. So yes, we were involved in him looking at certification of the manned submersible.
And at that time, were there classification rules or standards allowing carbon fiber as a pressure vessel for human occupancy?
No, it was unique to the industry. And when the GL representative came out and talked to us, they mentioned that they had a person on staff that would look at the carbon fiber hull as a system and evaluate how that would be classified. They didn't necessarily have an issue with it. They weren't concerned with it. They just knew that they would have to look at it differently than they did a steel hull.
So in your opinion, the classification society was open to innovation, but it would require time and testing?
Yes.
Were you involved in any of those? Were you involved in any of those meetings firsthand?
When the GL representative came out, I was involved in the meeting that took place over maybe an hour or two, but that was the only time that I discussed that specifically with them.
And what were some of the important points that you found within that meeting?
It was a pretty general discussion, so I don't know if there were any specifics talked about other than the fact that since it was a carbon fiber hull, they would have to look at it differently than they do a steel hull. They had regulations that were very defined in steel and titanium hulls. They didn't have anything specific for carbon fiber. So it was going to be something that they had to look at a little bit differently than they did with a normal metal hull.
Was that the only meeting that you were involved in with DNVGL?
Yes.
Did the communications continue pursuing DNVGL and the classification of the pressure vessel?
It's my understanding that they did. Stockton did start looking at having them certified just the hull and then later just the propulsion. So looking at system by system, having them certified system by system, as opposed to trying to do the entire sub in one foul swoop. But it's my understanding that they did continue to communicate on certifying the hull.
In the end, did the hull, to your knowledge, ever get certified by DNVGL or any other classification society?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. And just to clarify for the time frame, and while we know that there were two Titan hulls, this was the first hull and then around 2016, 2017?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned the Cyclops 1.
Yes.
And the majority of your work was done on the Cyclops 1 to act as a act as a test bed for the applications that were going to be used on the Cyclops 2 and Titan, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you involved in the process from when those applications went from Cyclops 1 to the Titan, and how did that transition go?
That transition took place, the majority of that took place after we were no longer involved in that. So I'm not real sure on how that transition went.
Okay. And did you take part in any dives aboard the Cyclops 1?
No. I supported a dive. Actually, I'm sorry, I did not. I did not support a dive.
Did other members of the faculty in the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab take part in any dives?
I don't believe so. I'm not aware of that.
Were you involved or were you made aware of any incidences that happened while on test dives for the Cyclops 1?
I'm sorry, you asked Cyclops 1.
Yes, sir.
I was involved in a dive on the Cyclops 1 that they did in Flower Gardens. I supported those dive operations, which Cyclops 1, to be clear, was the steel-hulled version. Yes, so I was involved in one of those dives on that.
Correct.
And I did go down, I went down in Antipodes. I did not go down in Cyclops 1.
And can you tell me a little bit more about the Flower Gardens dive on the Cyclops 1?
Yeah, the intent of that dive was to reach a depth of 500 meters. The goal that Stockton had on that was to get it certified for 500 meters. So that we went out to the Flower Gardens area, got the sub prepped, put the people into it, and they did a dive. I don't remember if there was more than one dive. I remember one dive specifically. I don't remember if they did multiple dives or not, but I do remember one dive specifically.
And you use the term certified. Was certified to a classification standard?
So it was certified. It was a certification group, and I don't remember the name of the group that did that certification. But they had a representative out there to participate in the dive, so he could verify that they had gone to a specific depth.
With Lieutenant Commander Williams, you discussed the titanium domes and rings.
Yes.
Can you tell me the difference between grade 5 and grade 3?
Grade 3, I don't remember the specifics of grade 3. Grade 5 is a higher strength titanium, which is it's typically 120,000 pounds per square inch yield. I don't remember what grade 3 is. Grade 3 may be in the casting realm. I don't remember that specifically.
And if you were to do a finite element analysis utilizing grade 5 as your titanium or for your domes and your rings, and actually conducted the build utilizing a grade 3 titanium dome and ring, would there be a measurable difference in your opinion?
I would have to look at the specs for grade 3. But if you design for grade 5 and you go to a different grade, you've got to make sure that the analysis encompasses the specs for that material. Since I don't recall what grade 3 is on there, I can't answer that specifically. I can just say that looking at grade 5 to grade 3, I would need to make sure that those specs were the same if I was going to assume that the analysis was valid for both.
Did you do any work in designing the launch and recovery system?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the launch and recovery system?
Yeah, we did. We worked on the first one. There was a second one that was the one that was used on the later dives. We did work on the first one. We took stocks and concept of how he wanted it to function, and we worked to make that a reality. That design was 2 barges. They were barges that were pretty standard in the barge industry. They were made in a modular fashion so that they could be taken apart and then shipped across road or on trucking without having special permits. Those barges were aluminum. I believe they were steel, a steel hull that had internal structures. They had 3 compartments that were separate from each other so that we could flood and purge the compartments independently. And then they had a system on them that allowed us to flood or purge each of those compartments independently so that it could go submerged as well as come back up to the surface.
And what did you believe to be the purpose to utilize this barge system?
The goal behind it was to open up the realm of what surface ships could be used for their operations. Typically, if you have a manned vehicle like the Cyclops vehicle, any cranes that would be on board had to be man-rated, which really limited the number of ships that you had access to. Ship time is very expensive, and it's very difficult to come by because ships are utilized almost 100%. They have to be in order to be functional. So it was really to open up the realm of what you could use, what access you had in order to support dives. This allowed them to put the vehicle on the barge at port so that you could load the vehicle without humans in it, and then tow it out to site, transport people over to it, and then launch and recover them without the use of a man-rated crane.
And did you ever witness this operation with the Cyclops one?
Yes.
And in your professional opinion, do you believe that it worked, it functioned properly?
Yes, I do.
Is this an operation that's used widely throughout the submersible industry?
I don't know that. I know that it was used, University of Hawaii had a system like that, and I believe that's where Stockton got the idea. I believe that's the only other group I know of that uses a system like that was University of Hawaii.
While you were working on the project, did you have any interaction with Lloyd's, the Classification Society, Lloyd's Register?
Just the one meeting where they came out to talk to Stockton about classifying the hull. So that was the GL group that I referred to.
So just to confirm, it was Lloyd's.
They were Gershwitz, Lloyd's. That was the group that came out to discuss that. I don't know if that's separate from Lloyd's specifically. They were known as GL at the time. I believe that's now changed to Lloyd's Registry. I don't think GL is out there any longer. But when we were talking to them, they were referred to GL or Gershwitz, Lloyd's.
Okay. We'll look into that. I just want to get that for the record.
Yes.
They're different
Yes.
classification societies.
Okay.
You discussed Boeing in a previous project that they had completed and you worked with them on.
Yes.
I don't remember the exact name, or I forgot the exact name, but it was a underwater vehicle made of carbon fiber.
Correct.
Was that a pressure vessel for human occupancy?
No. No, it was a smaller vessel. It was meant to carry a payload, and it was meant to be deployed and sit down on the seabed at pretty significant depths for a period of time, and then come back to the surface on its own.
And was it the same relative size and depth rated?
It was 6,000 meter rated, and it was much smaller significantly smaller than Cyclops.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you.
Mr. Dyer, would you like to take a break? Or?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, we'll keep going then, sir.
All right.
I just have a couple follow-up questions
Sure.
from your initial testimony. Can you further explain the concerns or the break you had with OceanGate regarding the domes fabrication?
When we were working on the domes, the fabrication part of that, we were working with a foundry who had a significant amount of experience in doing large titanium castings. I didn't have the experience doing large titanium castings. All of my experience with castings have been relatively small, and it's pretty straightforward. Large stuff, I think, is a little bit of a different beast. This group specifically did large titanium castings, and they had several contracts with the Navy on large titanium castings. So combined with their group that was working on it, they had probably over 150 years experience of doing these castings. I wanted to tap into their resources as much as I could because I didn't want to rely on my background alone. I just didn't have what I felt comfortable with. To do that, I wanted them to look at the entire system. So they saw the titanium dome, the interface ring, and the carbon fiber to see how all that went together and how that all made it up so that they could see the full picture. I wanted to make sure that they understood how it was being used and that whole system. In the event that they saw something in there or they had experience with something that I didn't know about or was unaware of, so that they could help us through that design process. That was not something that OceanGate Engineering wanted to do. They wanted them to look at just the dome. For some reason, they did not want them to see the carbon fiber hull or the interface ring. They wanted them to look at just the dome.
And I realize we're still talking about the prototype Titan
Yes.
hull, but would it be important to match the contraction rates between the titanium and the potential carbon fiber connection point?
Yeah, that was one of the things that when we did the conceptual stuff, that was something that we were concerned about. We wanted to make sure that the deflection between the dome and the cylindrical portion matched as close as we could. We didn't want non-uniform compression on there. So that was something that we worked on, and that was, we specifically made the dome elliptical shape, and we specifically modified or had the interface ring designed in a certain cross-section so that we could try and match those two deflections.
And so I'm now just thinking about the shape of the Titan prototype, and actually the cylindrical shape of it.
Yes.
Would it be possible to build a steel or titanium hull in the same shape?
Of the cylindrical shape yourself?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, you can definitely do that. It becomes very heavy. Its displacement to buoyancy ratio becomes problematic. It's doable, but you end up having to add a substantial amount of external flotation in order to make sure that it can still float. The whole purpose behind a carbon fiber hull is you get to a point where the carbon fiber hull has enough buoyancy that you don't have to add extra flotation to it. Now you're just adding ballast to it to take it down and to trim it out. That's the benefit of a carbon fiber hull.
From a material standpoint, could you build a steel hull if you were willing to do the buoyancy provisions that could reach the Titanic, or would it have to be like titanium? Do you know?
It could be steel. I have not actually run the numbers, but based on other pressure hulls that I've done, you could definitely make it out of steel if you needed to.
And before I shift over to the NTSB, sir, I just want to make a couple clarifications for the record. Germanister Lloyd is the GL class society that merged with Detnorsky Veritas in 2013.
Okay.
So a GL and DNV are some acronyms that we're using today. So just for the record. At this time, I'd like to go to the NTSB.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Dyer, and that was a clarification I had as well. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to go to OceanGate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. Just one question. You mentioned the testing of 1/3 scale models at the APL facility that you were doing with OceanGate. Did OceanGate continue to utilize APL facility for those tests after APL was no longer analyzing the data, as you said, for those?
Yeah, just for clarification, the pressure vessel is a UW-operated pressure vessel, not an APL pressure vessel. They're distinct organizations. With APL is a part of UW, but we don't have the chambers to do that. So that's run out of the School of Oceanography on campus at the University of Washington. My understanding is that they used that pressure chamber several times after we were no longer involved in the program.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Dyer, we've been going for a while. I'd like to take a 10-minute recess and to see if we have any final questions for you, sir.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Great. This hearing is now in recess, and we'll reconvene at 11:20.
I'm sorry? Oh, no, thank you.
The hearing is now back in session. Mr. Dyer, Lieutenant Commander Williams has a follow-up question for you.
Okay.
Mr. Dyer, you mentioned Stockton's vision. What was Mr. Rush's, or at least what was your opinion of Mr. Rush's vision for the company when APL and OceanGate first started working together? Specifically, was it related to oceanographic research, exploration, tourism?
When he first started, our impression was that he was focused on the research aspect of it, trying to make access to manned exploration more accessible for researchers because it was so expensive otherwise.
Did that change throughout the time you worked with OceanGate?
He changed in, not in his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was still to provide that for researchers, but his goal, I guess you'd describe it as opening up so that he could help to fund the development, further development of it. So he started opening it up to tourism and ultimately to the Titanic dives because that was his way of trying to bring money into it so that they could continue development to get to that ultimate goal of supporting the research industry.
Were you aware that OceanGate was going to take paying passengers during their operations?
He had talked about that with us. I don't know if he had finalized that or if he had decided about that. I did have lunch with Stockton a few times between when we stopped working with him and when on their last mission. So I knew that they were doing paid tourism on the Titanic at that point in time. I don't remember that being something that he decided when we were still working with him or not.
And to clarify for the record, what year did OceanGate and APL stop working together on the submersible design?
I believe it's about 2017.
At that time, did you have confidence in OceanGate's engineering department's ability to complete a safe design of a carbon fiber submersible?
I would say I was more questioning than lacking confidence. It was just questioning whether or not they would be able to pull that off adequately. I don't know if you call that lack of confidence. I was really questioning whether they could do it.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah.
Mr. Fawcett?
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
Keith Fawcett.
Yes.
So you mentioned acoustic sensors on the prototype hull,
Yes.
and that would be the real-time monitoring acoustic sensors?
Yes.
Those are used to monitor the integrity of a hull or structure, is that correct?
Yeah, the idea behind acoustic emissions for carbon fiber or composite structures is to be able to detect any anomalies that are occurring when it's under load. They ultimately want to get to the point where they can identify where that event is taking place and characterize that event so that they can understand what that event means. In other words, is it just a settling of the structure, or is it a precursor to a failure? Ultimately, they want to be able to pinpoint where that event took place and the severity of that event.
So if you're using that system during a dive with a carbon fiber hull, would the real-time monitoring sensors be able to predict a catastrophic failure of the hull in time to protect the people engaged in the dive?
If the system had been properly characterized, it could predict when you were getting close to a failure of the system. In other words, if you understand what those events mean, you can start determining whether or not you need to get the hull out for NDT, or whether you feel like you've just exceeded what it's capable of doing and you need to put the hull up on the shelf for a museum piece. If it's properly characterized, you can use it for those types of situations, yes.
But while you're on a dive and you're at depth under extreme pressure, and you noticed and you had that system employed, would it predict, while you were on the dive, a catastrophic failure?
I don't think predict is the right word. I think it gives you an understanding of the integrity of the hull from dive to dive. You would make the decision before you even went down that the hull is usable for the next dive at the depth you're going, or it's not. I don't know that you necessarily want to rely on that mid-dive to say, wow, we need to get out of here and get back up. I think you need to use it more of a understanding the condition and the integrity of the hull before you do a dive.
So you would use it forensically and not during a dive? If you had a system on the dive that was, say, color-coded, where the display said red, green, and yellow, would that mean anything in the course of a dive to the people conducting the dive?
The only way that I could see that meaning something is if you went from green to yellow.
Mr. Dyer, just OceanGate has a
Yeah, Mr.
question.
Newbar, I believe Mr. Dyer testified earlier to I just want to establish basis for knowledge, because we're putting a lot of facts here before Mr. Dyer without establishing that he knows this.
Right. I think a good question here is, Mr. Dyer, were you aware of a color coding system on the acoustic monitoring system for warnings?
I was not aware that it had been implemented. I was aware that that was they wanted to do that, but I was not aware that it had been implemented.
Okay. So the basis of this question is, if it were implemented, what would your opinion be, sir?
Yeah, I think the only benefit in a dive would be if you've gone from green to the next level. If you see a change from that green status down to one of the other status mid-dive, I would think you would want to abort the dive. I wouldn't wait till you get to a red status. A red status, in my mind, means a failure is imminent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Commander Whalen.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. You had mentioned observing a dive that took part in the Everett Marina. There was a safety event or near-miss report for a dive that happened on April 30th of 2015. Were you part of that dive?
I don't believe I was. I think that was Pete Brodsky that was part of that dive.
Did Mr. Brodsky share any of his experiences with you?
He mentioned that the hatch was leaking when they submerged, and it was decided to continue down and let the hatch seal itself under pressure. That's really all that he mentioned on there.
Okay. Thank you. And we've been discussing the real-time monitoring system and the acoustic emissions and strain data.
Yes.
With regards to a carbon fiber hull, and speaking of acoustic emissions, what is that acoustic emission that it's measuring?
The way that those systems work is they have accelerometers that are located at known locations throughout a structure, whether it's a pressure hull or a bridge or whatever. It monitors the response of those accelerometers. So it's looking for any sign that something has shifted, failed, the load path has changed, any event that accelerometer could pick up. Ideally, that system needs to be characterized so when you get an event on accelerometer, you know what that event means. It doesn't really do you any good if you just see an event. You don't know what that means, other than we had an event at this location. But the intent of it is to look and see if you can find some event that has given you some idea of what's happening in the structure. For a composite structure, they're looking for, are you seeing delaminations occurring? Are you seeing fibers break? Anything that would start compromising the integrity of that structure.
So an event may mean that the carbon fiber structure is breaking down or the carbon fiber strands are breaking, causing an acoustic event?
It could mean that. Yeah, it could mean anything in that system has made a sudden shift from what it was doing right before that event took place. So it could be a bond failure, it could be a fiber breaking, it could be a delamination occurring, or a bunch of fibers breaking. It could mean anything. That's why it's so important to characterize it before you rely on it to do much.
And were you aware of a way that OceanGate planned to utilize this acoustic emissions and strain gauge data to be able to localize and over time identify areas that had broken down significantly based upon the acoustic emissions?
Our understanding when Stockton was talking about it and when they started working on that system was that they would use that to help them identify when they needed to get NDD testing on there to verify if they're seeing something like fiber breakage or delaminations. I don't believe we were aware at the time that they were going to use that real time during a dive to abort it. I say that because when Stockton was talking about it, I cautioned him of saying, you've got to know what the data means, Stockton. If you think you're going to use that real time. If you don't know what that data means, it's useless to you real time. It doesn't mean anything to you. So we were under the impression that they were not planning on using it for real time, but for a predictive tool like we talked.
So, as you stated, this carbon fiber hull for pressure vessel for human occupancy, to your knowledge, hasn't been utilized in the past.
There was a carbon fiber hull that was fabricated for, I believe it was Fawcett or Fissett, was someone who was going to go to the Marianas Trench. And I believe that hull was fabricated by Spencer. I don't know the status of that. I do know that they had a failure on that. I don't know if they refabricated it or what, but there was a carbon fiber hull for human occupancy that was done by an individual, by a private citizen.
And was any of that, or was any data taken from that pressure hull to help?
When Stockton started considering Spencer, we talked to Spencer about that to try and figure out what we knew about that event and the data on that. I don't remember them having specific data on that. I think at the time there was still some questioning as to what exactly happened on that, whether it was a fabrication or whether it was an actual failure of the structure. I believe their conclusion was that there was an issue during manufacturing, and it was not because of the specific design or because of the material, but it was more of a manufacturing issue. That's my recollection of what they determined on that failure.
So with regards to the Titan, Cyclops 2 or Titan hull, to the best of your knowledge, what was the baseline data for which they were measuring the acoustic emissions and strain gauge?
I don't know. I don't know if they had any.
So you,
I don't know.
Okay. You weren't sure if there was any previous data?
When we were working with them, they didn't have any baseline data. They had used it for the first time in that scale version on there. That was the first time they'd collected data on there, so they didn't have anything to compare it to. So I don't know what transpired between that test and when they used it on the real hull.
Are you aware of what a delamination would look like in an RTM system?
It would be an accelerometer event. You'd see it show up on at least one accelerometer, probably multiple. And with those multiple, you should be able to then, after you've characterized it, you should be able to determine where that took place. That delamination might have a characteristic, I don't know, but it might be a different one than a fiber breaking. But testing should let you determine if you can tell the difference between a delamination and fiber breaking.
In your experience with carbon fiber, is there an unlimited life cycle?
My understanding is there is not an unlimited life cycle, but I don't know that for sure. That's my understanding.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have, sir.
Mr. Dyer, would you feel comfortable talking about maintenance of carbon fiber?
Maintenance and
just overall how you should store and maintain carbon fiber hulls?
yeah, I don't think I have expertise in that.
Sir, were you aware of the control systems that were used on the Cyclops and what were projected to be used on the Titan hulls?
We worked with Pete. Pete Brodsky was the one who did the control systems on there. We worked with that on Cyclops 1, so I'm somewhat familiar with that.
Were you familiar with the game controller operation?
Yes.
Did you ever have any concerns or voice any concerns about that system, sir?
The only concern we had on that was the wireless portion on that. And we made sure that the controllers that were being used had the ability to plug in to be wired. We didn't want to rely on Bluetooth alone. We were fine using Bluetooth as long as they had a fallback of being able to plug it in with a wire.
Could that be accomplished on the Cyclops?
Yes. Well, as far as I know, I believe they could drive it wired. They didn't have to rely on wireless.
Sir, thank you. Just at this time, are there any further questions from the board or for Mr. Dyer? Okay. Mr. Dyer, is there anything that we haven't asked you that would be valuable to the investigation?
I can't think of anything offhand, no.
Mr. Dyer, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You are now released as a witness from this Marine Board investigation. If we need to contact you for further information, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about the proceedings in the future, please contact the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele.
Okay?
Thank you again.
Yeah.
We will now recess and recess for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m.
Thank you very much.
This hearing is now back in session. At this time, we will hear testimony from Mr. Patrick Lahey, co-founder and CEO of Triton Submarines. Mr. Lahey, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Sir, Lieutenant Steele will now administer the oath.
Okay.
Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Lahey, Lieutenant Commander Tom Whalen is going to start the questioning today.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lahey. All of my questions are going to be related to your background, Triton Submersibles, and your interactions that you had personally with OceanGate and Mr. Rush. Again, thank you for being here, and as we ask you questions throughout your interview, if you need to take a break, just please let us know.
Okay.
Before you...
Mr. Whalen, I think for the record, just want to make sure it's Triton Submarines. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Triton Submarines, yes.
You had mentioned Triton Submersibles. Just want to...
Roger. Yes, sir. Before we begin, I'll ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I will stop you to explain so you can explain what that acronym is.
Okay, will do.
Can you start off by briefly explaining how you began to focus on designing and building submersibles?
Okay, well, I can give you a short answer or a long answer, but I'll try to make it concise. I began my underwater career, my diving career, in about 1981, 1982. I began work as a commercial diver, and I was lucky enough in the early part of my career to work for a commercial diving company by the name of IUC, International Underwater Contractors. They're based out of New York, but they had opened an office in Santa Barbara, California. They had a number of human-occupied vehicles or submersibles, and because I had demonstrated abilities to fix and solve problems, they asked if I'd like to learn how to operate a sub. I piloted my first sub when I was 21. That was 41 years ago. And I was so thrilled by the experience, and it left such an indelible impression on me that I knew from that point on I wanted to devote my life to these incredible machines. So I worked with subs in all kinds of different capacities. I worked with them in oil and gas. I worked with them in tourism, in filming, in science, salvage. And in 2006, I started a company called Triton Submarines with my partner, Bruce Jones at the time. And we decided we were going to try and, well, we had actually been trying to promote the idea of subs on people's private yachts for about 10 years before that, but we didn't get much traction. You know, there's tremendous resistance or skepticism surrounding human-occupied vehicles or submersibles. And that's actually one of the things I'm here to try and hopefully address. I think people's perception, by and large, is that subs are dangerous and scary and complicated, and that only crazy people get in them. But I can assure you that they're anything but. They're magnificent machines, and they allow people to visit a part of our world they couldn't see any other way and to do it safely. So we embarked on this crusade of trying to promote the idea of subs on yachts beginning in about '94. We found our first customer in 2006, a gentleman by the name of Chris Klein, and we built him a little two-person sub that could dive to 1,000 feet that he put on the back of his motor yacht called Mind Games. And that really got the conversation started. People started to pay attention. Rather than me telling them that owning a sub would be a great idea and how much fun it would be and how exciting it would be to go and visit these parts of the earth you couldn't visit any other way, we now had somebody who was a peer of theirs saying how wonderful it was to have a sub and speaking, you know, excitedly about the extraordinary experiences he was having in the sub we had built for them. That really started the ball rolling, and subsequent to that, we've sold, I think 30 subs. We've got 4 or 5 under construction right now. Triton builds subs that dive as shallow as 100 meters, or as deep as, which is 330 feet, or dive as deep as 11,000 meters, 36,000 feet. In fact, Triton built the deepest diving sub in the world. I'm very proud of that fact. And right now, the company employs about 53, 54 people. We have 35 in Vero Beach, in Sebastian. We moved to Sebastian. And we have 19 people in Barcelona, Spain.
Sir, what's the difference between a submersible and a submarine?
It's a very good question. And often people don't recognize the difference. But a submersible is a craft that is not capable of regenerating its own power. A submarine has to have the capacity to regenerate its own energy supply. And so the thing about a submersible is it's usually powered by batteries or some sort of an energy source that's limited and limits its endurance. So you're not going to get in a submersible and cross an ocean or transit a great distance. They're not really built for that purpose. Submersibles are built to explore a smaller area, imagine like a neighborhood or whatever. And the idea is that it will allow you to generally go much deeper than a submarine, because typically military submarines are quite limited in their diving depth, whereas we build vehicles that go extremely deep. And they allow you to get into a part of the world that we've really spent very little time exploring. That's the thing, I suppose, that I find most exciting about them.
Do you have, or have you ever held a merchant mariner credential?
A merchant?
A merchant mariner credential, a MMLD or merchant mariner license?
No, I have not.
So you've never been licensed by United States Coast Guard?
Oh, yes, I did have a 100-ton ocean operator license, and actually I was one of 7 U.S. Coast Guard licensed submarine pilots or submersible pilots. We set up an operation when I worked for Atlantis Submarines in 1987. It was the first tourist submarine operating in U.S. waters that were controlled by the Coast Guard, and we worked directly with the Coast Guard to get their approval and involvement in the operation of that sub.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that process specific to you?
Well, it was an interesting process because it was all brand new. There were no rules governing the safe use of a human-occupied vehicle that's carrying passengers for hire. And so we worked closely with the Coast Guard to help establish those rules. And I think it resulted in the publication of a thing called the NAVIC 593, I think it was, as I recall. Amazing that I actually remember that. And that really sort of spelled out what the rules would be for a sub that was carrying passengers for hire in U.S. waters that were under Coast Guard jurisdiction.
And just for the record, NAVIC stands for Naval Vessel Inspection Circular.
Okay.
Correction for the record.
There you
It's
go.
Right,
Navigation
sorry.
and Vessel Inspection
There
Circular.
you go. Well, that's an acronym you guys would know better than I do. So
Now, was that, so you had achieved that endorsement on your license for Atlantis Submersibles. As you know, what is the difference between a passenger submersible and do you create passenger submersibles?
we do. I mean, any of our subs, I suppose, can be used to carry passengers. Typically, you know, I'm not even sure that you would distinguish them as passengers versus paying passengers. They're people, and as such, you know, the requirements, you know, for carrying people are the same. Having said that, you know, I think typically a passenger-carrying submarine would carry more people because, of course, the point of it is to generate revenue. And yes, we do build tourist submarines or passenger-carrying submarines. We recently delivered a submarine that carries 24 people and dives to 100 meters or 330 feet. It's called the Deep View 24. It's a modular design where you could make it as little as 12 people all the way up to 66 people. And that sub is operating in Vietnam right now. We also recently delivered a sub, you could call it a tourist submarine, but it carries 9 people, pilot and 8 guests, and it operates off of a cruise ship.
And are those built to a different standard?
No, they are not.
If you were to build one to a United States or a U.S. flag passenger vessel, would it be built to a separate standard or a Coast Guard standard?
I'm sure there would be additional requirements that we'd have to comply with. Of course, the certification that we base all of our vehicles on, you know, is usually one of 2 certification agencies that we work with, the American Bureau of Shipping and what used to be Det Norske Veritas Germanischer Lloyd, but what is now DNV, because DNV acquired GL. And those certification agencies have had rules governing submersible craft or human-occupied vehicles for over 50 years. And they've evolved over time as those vehicles have evolved. That's the sort of primary, the sort of backbone certification that our vehicles have. But there's additional requirements too that we apply. Believe it or not, there's also a Cayman Islands flag registry that we often have to comply with. And that's because many of the yachts that our subs go on are flagged in Cayman. And so we have to comply with their rules. And if the sub is going to be operating in U.S. waters, then of course, especially if it's going to be carrying passengers for hire, then I'm certain we would also have to comply with U.S. Coast Guard rules. So far, we haven't, I think, other than maybe the scenic vessel will be operating in Alaska at some point, and it may, and certainly would get Coast Guard involvement at that time.
Sir, in your opinion, what specifically sets Triton Submersibles apart from other deep-sea exploration vehicles in the market?
Of course, I would say because we build the deepest diving, most capable subs that are out there, but there are other players in the same space that adhere to the same rules that we do. We are entirely focused on safety and certification. No Triton sub would ever be built or delivered that wasn't certified, and that even includes our deepest diving sub. So when we were commissioned by a client to build a sub that could dive to 11,000 meters or 36,000 feet, I insisted that the sub was certified. And that made the project more difficult, more challenging, more time-consuming, and more expensive. But ultimately, I would point to that certification as the primary reason that sub is diving regularly to the deepest places in the ocean. In fact, that sub has made 19 dives to full ocean depth, which is unprecedented. And I've had the privilege of making 5 of those dives. The sub also has made 150 dives beyond 6,000 meters, and I think it's made almost 400 dives now between 4,000 and 6,000 meters. So certification matters because it's about building something that's robust, durable, reliable, something that people can dive in with confidence, knowing that it meets an internationally recognized set of standards.
And what are the key critical safety features of your vessels? What components do you see as the key critical safety features?
Well, there are so many because, of course, the entire vehicle has multiple layers of redundancy in virtually every area. So whether it's life support or it's ballast systems or communications, tracking, navigation, there's redundancies built in because you have to assume that if there's a single system failure, that it doesn't result in the vehicle being in a perilous situation, and that your capacity to sustain life is not affected, for example, by the lack of power. So, for example, you lost all power in the vehicle, that does not prevent you from being able to bring the submarine back to the surface or to be able to maintain a safe, breathable atmosphere inside the craft.
And you had mentioned classification societies. How important is a classification society in the manufacturing and certification process of a submersible?
Well, it's foundational. It's fundamental. It's essential. To me, I think any machine that's going to be carrying human beings into the deep sea has to meet the high bar of certification by an independent third-party classification society. I don't believe that it's negotiable. I don't believe that we should be operating experimental vehicles in the deep sea.
Have you ever delivered an operational submersible that was not inspected or classed by a classification society?
No, I have not. And nor would I.
So I want to talk a little bit about the pressure hull, or the pressure vessel for human occupancy portion of the submersibles. Can you talk about the importance of the pressure hull and how that is tested and created with Triton submersibles?
Sure. Well, the certification of a pressure hull actually begins at inception. As as the engineers are busy doing calculations and analysis, and they're creating design, all of that stuff has to be reviewed and approved before anything is actually made. Then we have to select materials. Those materials have to come from a known source, and that source has to be an approved source of material supply. And once we do get that material, coupons of that material are removed and tested independently to verify the characteristics of that material, so that, in fact, you don't just take a certificate from a manufacturer as evidence of its characteristics. You actually have to prove that it has those physical characteristics. Then the material is made into a shape, whatever that shape might be, and then the other parts are added to it. The whole thing is tested. In our case, it's usually 1.25 times its maximum allowable working pressure or maximum diving depth. And in the case of a new vehicle, those designs are usually strain gauged so that you have data that supports that initial analysis and substantiates that your initial assumptions about the design were in fact true, and they bear out through the actual readings that you get from the sensors that are in the craft when it's being tested. And then, of course, because this boundary is the thing that protects human beings, it's only part of a system. So you have the pressure boundary, which obviously is the thing that protects the people from the crushing pressure, but then you have all the other systems. So any pressure boundary other than the pressure hull also has to go through that same testing regimen, whether it's a battery pod, a ballast tank, or a housing for a motor or a pump. Everything has to be tested to 1.25 times its diving depth.
Can you walk me through the testing procedure? So you've mentioned tested. Are they manned tests, unmanned tests?
No, they're tested in a chamber without people. And the chamber we use chambers all over the world. We even have the deepest rated chambers in Europe are in our facility in Barcelona, Spain. We do a lot of our own testing, but we do it in the presence of a surveyor. So the surveyor actually comes and witness these tests and substantiates that, you've followed a test procedure. So a test procedure is always written for whatever assembly it is that's being tested. And then they verify that you follow that procedure, and then the results of that become a permanent record, permanent part of the submarines or the submersible's documentation set. So walking you through the test, what they try to do is simulate what a dive might look like. For example, if you're building a sub that dives to 1,000 meters, as I said, it would be tested to 1,250 meters. So instead of being tested to 3,300 feet, it would be tested to I think 1,250 meters. It's like 4,100 feet or something like that. I don't have the calculation in my head, but you guys can do the math, I'm sure. And you try to simulate a pressure cycle that simulates how long it would take the vehicle to reach its targeted depth. And then you have a period where you're sustaining that pressure at depth, and you make sure that there's no creep on any of the instrumentation. In other words, that the hull isn't changing in its characteristics. And then you bring it back to the surface. Usually there's multiple cycles that would be required as part of that certification. And what you want to prove, again, is your initial assumptions. So today, we're very lucky. We live in a very exciting time. There are analytical tools and software that engineers can use where they can predict the performance of a pressure boundary with incredible accuracy. Give you an example. We tested our full ocean depth sub in Russia, the only test chamber in the world that could actually conduct that test. This was before, this is when we were allowed to go and use that test facility, which we can't today. And when we brought it to its full diving depth, plus I think it was 20% in that case, we predicted there would be a 28-liter, what do you call that? We have a graduated cylinder that measures the compression of the hull, and we predicted it would be 28 liters, and it was exactly 28 liters. And then we do repeated cycles to make sure that water all goes back in, and then when it comes back out, that kind of thing. So it's all part of verifying that through testing, your assumptions, your analysis, your calculations were correct, and that the machine that you've created is behaving exactly as you expected it to and as you predicted it would.
And so is all this testing done solely with Triton subs, or is it done in conjunction with other classification societies?
No, it's done hand in hand with the classification society. So they're present when this testing is done. They participate in it, and they actually We'll submit a procedure for the testing that we're going to do. They'll review it. They'll make changes to it if they feel those changes are warranted. And then ultimately you arrive at a procedure that everybody's agreed on. That includes everything from where the instrumentation is going to be put, to how many cycles are used, to what sort of pressurization rate, how much dwell time you spend on the bottom, all of that. And then once that's been approved by the Classification Society, they send a surveyor out to witness it as it's being implemented.
Have you ever attempted to classify a new or a novel submersible structure with class?
Well, yeah, I would say that we're constantly building new sub-designs. We're always challenging conventional thinking, trying to innovate, but we're doing that within the confines of the Classification Society rules. I'm a firm believer in innovation. I think innovation is a critical part of progress, forward progress. But innovation has to be done within the crucible of a set of rules that give you guardrails. You can't just go freestyle.
And in your experience working with the class surveyors, they've been amenable to change and innovation as long as it's within their construct?
Yeah, absolutely. Not only are they amenable to innovation, they participate in that innovation. They have tools and people who have capabilities better than we do. So their contribution to the certification of a novel design, of a new vehicle, a new design, is an essential part of our capacity to actually achieve the objective of building a new design. They contribute meaningfully to our capacity to do that.
So as the Classification Society, do they only take part for the initial certification, or is there testing or interval testing over the years that they take part in as well?
No, certification is a process that never ends. It begins at inception with those initial design analysis and so on, and follows through to the time the vessel is completed and delivered, and then it continues through the lifetime of that vehicle with annual renewals and special periodic renewals that, depending on the Classification Society, can be as little as 3 years or as many as 5 years. But there are specific requirements that have to be completed every year. Well, there's weekly, there's monthly, there's quarterly, there's annual, and there's special periodical requirements that we have to fulfill. You have to keep records. Logs have to be maintained, charge logs, maintenance logs, dive logs, comm logs. The idea is that you are operating and maintaining a craft in accordance with our rules as a manufacturer and the rules of the Classification Society.
And so just so I understand, a lot of the submersibles that you design and build, you then sell to customers.
Yes.
And they're no longer your property, they're now owned by the customer. So at that point, is there an obligation for them to ensure that they maintain the classification standard?
Yes, if they don't continue to fulfill the requirements that we've outlined as the manufacturer and those of the Classification Society, then class will be canceled. And I'm very proud of the fact that every sub that we've delivered, even the ones we delivered 18 years ago or 17 years ago, they're all in class, they're all still rated to their original depth, and they're all still being used by people that we maintain a great relationship with. That relationship is very important, not just to the customer, but to me as a manufacturer, to us as a manufacturer. We want to make sure that that sub is being maintained appropriately, it's being operated responsibly, it's being kept in the condition that it needs to be in order to continue to be used safely.
And you had just mentioned being operated safely. Can you explain how important is the human aspect of operation of a submersible?
Well, the human aspect of operating a sub is essential again. It's foundational. We don't deliver a sub to a customer that hasn't been properly trained. And our training isn't just teaching somebody how to make it go up and down and backwards and forwards. That's the easy part. As part of our training, we teach a client how to operate and also maintain a craft. So we teach them how to do maintenance procedures. We show them how to take things apart, to rebuild things, put them back together, test things, and so on. And while, as a client's experience level increases and their dependency on us is diminished, because that's to be expected. Once a client becomes more familiar with the vehicle, once they become more experienced with it, their capacity to do much of this work by themselves increases. It's still, of course, being done with the oversight of the Classification Society. They don't just get to do it on their own. But our direct involvement is oftentimes reduced, but we typically still are supplying them with equipment. We're still being consulted when they want to make modifications, when they want to add new equipment, if they want to make an upgrade. And sometimes as well, we get involved in their actual surveys, the annual surveys, the special periodical surveys. Oftentimes as well, those subs are returned to our facility, and we actually undertake that work together with their personnel.
Once they complete the Triton Submersible pilot training program, do they receive a certification to become a Triton Submersible pilot?
They do, but they also have to demonstrate their capabilities to the satisfaction of the attending surveyor. So they don't just take our word for it. Ultimately, the final arbiter of whether an operation is considered safe and the people that are responsible for using the equipment are appropriately trained and experienced, that also falls to the certification agency.
Does any part of the training include emergency procedures?
Of course. Emergency procedures are an inherent part of the safe operation of a submersible. And as part of any training, they would be taught how to conduct emergency procedures of every kind, yeah.
In your experience, how important do you believe it is to have a rescue submersible or an ROV readily available at a dive site?
Well, I think having a rescue asset is an important part of a safe operation. Of course, a lot of rescue capabilities will depend on the operational area. Are you operating in a remote site where there's absolutely nobody nearby that might have rescue assets available? So when we look at diving in a new place, we create two plans. We create a self-help plan and an outside help plan. And the self-help plan is just, what do you have on hand, in terms of rescue capabilities? Do you have an ROV? Is there a second sub? Many of our clients have two subs. So you've got your second sub, then you've got your built-in safety system. Some people have an ROV on board. So that would be your self-help plan. And if you're diving shallow, you might even look at what local diving resources there are. Are there technical divers in the area? So obviously, if you're diving to 100 meters, that's starkly different than diving to 11,000 meters or 4,000 meters or 2,000 meters. Anyway, and then the outside help plan, what you do is you take a look at local and regional assets that might be called upon in the event of an emergency. You identify what those assets are. You notify them that you're going to be diving in a given area, and you request their commitment to assist you should such assistance become necessary. And so that's a standard practice, that our clients will observe, and we help them with that because oftentimes we'll have multiple clients in a given area, and that makes it easier. So if you've got 3 or 4 clients diving in the Bahamas, there's sort of a standard practice that this, I'm sure, is the same with you guys in at-sea operations on the surface. You would always pledge your willingness to assist a fellow mariner. And that applies to people who are diving underwater. So our customers, even if they're not directly in contact with one another, we will help them facilitate an outside help plan that ensures assets within the area could be called upon should they be needed. And so we will communicate that to one another, and then they have their plan. Sorry, a bit of a long-winded answer.
I want to talk about a few of the submersible systems. Can you talk about the drop weight systems that you employ with Triton Submersibles?
Sure. So on our deeper diving subs, we'll use drop weights as standard, sort of a consumable. That would be in a sub that's probably diving deeper than or 4,000 meters and beyond. Shallower diving subs tend to use drop weights as emergency systems. So we have drop weights, we have jettisonable components, jettisonable arms, jettisonable battery pods, and so on, jettisonable weights, but they wouldn't be used as standard operation. They would strictly be used in the case that your primary, secondary, and maybe tertiary ballast systems were not working. So it's way down the line in terms of backup and redundancy. You know, like for example, you know, a typical Triton sub will have 4 independent means of coming back to the surface. You got your main ballast tank system, you got your thrusters, you got a water ballast system, and then you have jettisonable weights that you can employ. And those jettisonable weights are usually powered by an independent battery if they're frangible bolts, or an independent hydraulic system that's manually operated and has no dependency on power. Again, to ensure that if you had a situation where you've lost power, it doesn't hinder your ability to bring the submarine back to the surface. And by the way, the main ballast tank system also doesn't have any dependency on power. So drop weights are typically only employed on very deep diving submarines where using conventional ballast systems is impractical because the energy required to run a pump, you know, at 36,000 feet is so immense that you just simply, you know, wouldn't do it.
So in the case with the Titan submersible, they had utilized drop weights to slow their descent through the water column. Is that something that is utilized normally in practice?
You know, in a sub diving to 4,000 meters, having jettisonable weights as part of a ballasting system would not be unusual. There would typically be other systems as well, though, not just droppable weights. So, you know, some type of a variable ballast system that probably you know, in subs diving to that depth would typically be like pumping oil from a reservoir into a bladder to increase displacement.
What are the majority of Triton hulls made of, Triton pressure vessels made of?
The majority of our subs are made of transparent material called polymethyl methacrylate, or acrylic. And one of the great things about acrylic is it's strong, it's malleable, but of course it's also transparent, so you can see through it. And it has another interesting characteristic, which is that it has the same refractive index as water. So when you submerge in a pressure boundary made of acrylic, it's almost like there's nothing between you and the environment that you're looking at. So it really makes the experience of being underwater very compelling and very immersive. And so that's the vast majority of our subs do feature acrylic pressure boundaries. However, when you start getting into deeper water, we look at other materials. We're currently developing, coincidentally, a 4,000 meter rated sub that has a transparent pressure hull made of acrylic. And again, this has never been done before. It's a novel design, if you will. But of course, we're working closely with DNV on the development of this very unique sub.
And what is the name of that submersible?
I think they're calling it, let me just think what it's called, the Triton 4 kilometer, because that's its diving depth, 2 AE Abyssal Explorer. But I think our client just calls it the Explorer sub. Interestingly, 4,000 meters is the sort of average depth of the ocean. So the idea behind being able to get to 4,000 meters, which is just over 13,000 feet, is it gives you access to, I think, around 55 or 60% of the seafloor.
And what's the maximum occupancy for that submersible?
Just 2 people.
And how far long is that in production?
We're expecting to deliver that sub in the spring of 2026. It's a time-consuming process, you know, to design, engineer, build, and then test a machine like this. So it's done according to a timetable, but the timetable doesn't drive the program. The success of the development is what drives it. And, you know, it should take about 2 more or 18 more months, but if it takes 20, then that's what it takes. It'll take whatever is required to make sure that it's right.
And for a submersible like the Abyssal Explorer, how many cycles to depth do you believe you'll get to in the testing phase?
That's a good question. I don't know that I can even answer it yet because it'll be mandated by the certification agency. I don't know how many they'll require how many tests that they'll require, but we'll obviously submit to whatever they insist is necessary.
And you had mentioned gauges and monitors in the hull. Do you employ monitoring and gauging within your submersibles?
During the testing phase, but not when they're being operated. There's no reason, if you've designed a pressure boundary appropriately, there's no reason to have instrumentation in it to monitor its health. The expectation is that you've designed something where the health of the pressure boundary is an inherent part of the design.
Commander Whelan, can I ask a follow-up to that?
Of course.
Sir, you said you could not have to monitor it real time, but that be under the conditions that it would be receiving some kind of annual testing or kind of maintenance monitoring over time?
Well, the maintenance monitoring, yes, that's baked in. It's a requirement to maintain class that you go through a series of checks annually, just like they do with an aircraft. An aircraft goes through, annual maintenance as well in order to renew its certification in much the same way that a submersible does, a classed and certified submersible does.
Thank you.
Sir, I'd like to turn to some questions with regards to OceanGate and Mr. Rush. When did you become aware of OceanGate?
Trying to think of exactly when, but certainly we were reading about their activities probably as far back as 2015, 2016. Interestingly, they actually bought a couple of subs that I was involved in building. Like you guys are referring to a sub as Cyclops 1, that sub was Lula. We built it in Devon in Tavistock in the UK, and at the time we built it, it was ABS classed, and it had a vegetable oil burning diesel engine in it, and it was a classed vehicle. So they renamed it, and I don't know what happened to the certification, but certainly at one time that was a classed vehicle. The Antipodes, which is another craft that's owned and operated by OceanGate, was a sub that I was involved in developing. Again, an ABS classed sub, and at all times when we were involved with it, it was certified. I don't know what the condition of those subs is any longer, and nor do I know if they're still classed. I don't remember what your question was, but I just thought I'd get that in there.
It was when did you become aware of OceanGate?
It must have been around 2015 or something like that when we started hearing about some of the things they were doing. And I actually saw the craft in 2019, very briefly. I was on a sailing vacation with my family in the Apcos in the Bahamas, and I walked up to the bar, as you do, and I had a Triton t-shirt on, as I often do. And the team walked up to me and asked, why I had the Triton shirt on, and told them that it was my company. They told me they had a sub in the Bahamas that they were testing, and would I like to see it? To which I said yes. And they said the next day they would take me over and show me the vehicle. That was the one and only time that I saw the sub. That was in 2019. I think it was around March. It was just before, coincidentally, we went out and did our dives to 10,932 meters or 35,865 feet in a classed vehicle.
And when you went to go visit this submersible, what was your impression of the working environment?
Well, I mean, I didn't specifically expect or plan to see it. It was just coincidental. Mm-hmm. And so the next day they took me over and gave me a quick sort of tour of it. And, I wasn't particularly impressed by what I saw, and I told them, they were very nice people, and they seemed well-intentioned. I just said it looked to me like a lot of the stuff was not quite ready for prime time, and that there were many things in it that I thought had not been executed as appropriately as they should be. And there were a few things that I saw that concerned me, like they had these glass spheres that they were using as junction boxes, and I said, you can't have those on a human-occupied vehicle. And if you do, you need to fill them with liquid.
Do you remember what month it was in 2019 that you had?
I think it was in March 2019, because we went out to the Marianas Trench in April, so it was just before that.
Were you aware that the hull was a carbon fiber hull?
I was.
Have you ever built a submersible of a carbon fiber hull?
No, I have not.
Did
Now,
you ever?
interestingly, though, and it's worth mentioning because the idea of a filament wound pressure boundary is not a new idea, right? This idea that it was innovative or cutting edge. I was operating subs in the early 1980s that used filament wound cylinders as pressure boundaries. All the atmospheric diving suits, the ADS suits that I piloted in the early part of my career, had a filament wound cylinder. It was GRP, not carbon fiber, but glass reinforced plastic instead of carbon fiber. But it was still a filament wound cylinder. It had an aluminum piece on each end, tie rods that bolted the whole thing together, a hatch on one end and a window on the other end. And it was small. It was like the size of a sofa. You could sort of slide in it, and it was just for one person. And limited diving depth, 610 meters, about 2,000 feet. But they made 27. Last one I operated was number 27. I think they made about 30 of those. And they were all certified by Lloyd's Registry of Shipping because they were being built by a company in the UK. Naturally, they'd gravitate to their classification society in the UK. I heard years later they were taken out of service. I don't know why they were taken out of service and what prompted them to do that, but I made plenty of dives in them. But we, Triton, have never built anything with a filament wound cylinder or carbon fiber cylinder. We do use carbon fiber. We use it on fairings because it's a light, strong material, but we don't use it at anything where it's a structural boundary.
Have you ever had any conversations with Mr. Rush regarding his business plan or company vision?
Not really. I think I would bump into him occasionally at the conferences that we would attend. So there was a conference called, I think I'd remember, but I don't. And I would see him there. He knew I wasn't a huge fan of what they were doing. Again, I am unashamedly someone who believes that human-occupied vehicles should be certified and accredited. And despite the additional cost, time, trouble, expense, anguish, it's an essential deliverable as far as I'm concerned. So I'm just not a fan of people operating machines that aren't accredited and aren't certified. I think we need to have an independent peer review rather than us putting something together that we think is great. I think you need to have somebody look at it objectively and agree that it's great, and or tell you, where you might not have it right and where they may have ideas about how it could be made better or improved to ensure that ultimately the machine that people are going to dive in is safe.
Are you a part of the Marine Technology Society?
I am.
And were you aware of the letter dated March 27, 2018?
Yeah, I was a signatory on the letter.
Okay. Recorder, can you please bring up Exhibit 68? Is this the letter in which you were signatory? It's redacted at this time.
Yep, it is.
Was the letter ever delivered to Mr. Rush?
I assume so, yes.
Can you tell me about the letter and what the purpose of the letter was from the MTS?
Well, I think the letter was essentially to encourage him and his organization to take a step back and to look critically at the machine they were creating and to ensure that it was going to be safe for its intended purpose. And that's the advice I would give anybody. I just feel like it's important for us as manufacturers of machines that carry human beings into a dangerous environment that we're held to a standard, and that standard ensures that those machines are safe. So.
And to your knowledge, did this letter change any of the practices or procedures for OceanGate and Mr. Rush?
Sorry.
I would have no way of knowing that.
Mr. Lahey, OceanGate, please.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to point to the press release from MTS regarding that letter, just to clarify in terms of its status.
And that status was that it was not
Well,
delivered?
I think it's the first page of that exhibit.
Can we go to the first page, please?
It's not
Lieutenant
It's a separate exhibit.
Okay, it's Exhibit 96. We can, I don't know if Mr. Lahey is aware of it, but it's dated, it's Exhibit 96, if you want to.
Okay. No, please stand by, sir. We'll call that up.
Sure.
Lieutenant Steele, can you do Exhibit 96?
I'll be able to bring that up after the break.
Okay. Let's see. Sir, we have actually been going for about 45 minutes. Can we take a short recess?
I'm okay, but if you guys would like to take a break, I'm not going to complain.
Okay. Yes, sir. We'll now take a short recess to get those exhibits back and reconvene at. Actually, we'll have to take a longer recess because we have to contact another witness over the break. So we'll reconvene at 2:10, if that's okay, sir.
Okay. Oh, 2:10, okay.
I have it, Mr. Neubauer.
You have the exhibit? Okay.
Okay.
Let's please keep going then, because I need to take a hard break at about 1:55. Okay. Lieutenant Steele, is this Exhibit 96?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, and if, well, is it okay if I ask Mr. Lahey about it now?
Yes, well, let's.
Sure, go ahead.
So were you, Mr. Lahey, were you still a member of the MTS this is from a year ago, I believe?
I'm not familiar with this letter, and I don't believe I was a signatory on it. I'm not familiar with it, so I'm not, I mean, I can see it's following the tragic loss of life.
Right. So were you a member of MTS at this time?
I believe so. I'm not even sure, honestly, if I still am or not.
Okay.
I think I am.
And if we scroll to the end of the first page, the paragraph beginning is in 2018. Yeah. It states that the submarine committee, were you a member of the submarine committee of MTS in 2018?
I believe so, yeah.
It says that the submarine committee never signed or sent this draft letter to OceanGate, and the draft letter was not approved or issued as a formal statement on behalf of
I was
MTS.
not aware of that. Wow.
Well, okay.
Yes, sir. I think you stated during testimony you thought that it had been delivered.
I assumed it had
Or
been,
assumed.
yeah.
But on the record, it was not.
Oh, wow, incredible. Why was it not sent?
Sir, you don't have any knowledge of why it wasn't sent.
No, I don't. I assumed that it was, yeah.
No, for the record, no, it was not, and
Incredible.
and that's noted. Commander Whalen?
Thank you, sir. Within the commercial submersible industry, what has been the most challenging part of working within the industry for yourself?
In light of this tragic event or just generally?
In light of this tragic event.
Well, certainly one of the things that has happened, and I suppose it's not that surprising given the mythology that surrounds human-occupied vehicles. I go back to this notion that they're dangerous and they're scary and complicated and only crazy people dive in them. Well, the OceanGate tragedy served to reinforce that myth. And it is a myth because it's absolutely not true. When I think about the certified and accredited vehicles that I've been playing around with for 40 plus years, and our track record of safety, which is unblemished for 50 years, that counts for something. And I think it's an important thing to bear in mind. The certification process works. We know it does. Our track record of safety proves it. And so, as far as I'm concerned, we need to insist on continued human exploration of the deep sea in certified and accredited machines, not experimental ones. There's no place for experimental machines in the deep sea, not when there's human beings. If you want to use an AUV or an ROV where you're not putting human lives at stake, that's one thing. But if you're putting people in them, I think we have to be held to that high bar of certification and accreditation from an internationally recognized third-party classification society. So,
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Lieutenant Commander Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lahey.
Good afternoon.
When testing the new pressure hulls or components of the submersibles for Triton, did you take any of those, or did any of those tests take the component or the pressure hull that you were testing to failure?
No. And I suppose that shouldn't be a surprise, because the idea is that your calculations and analysis prove that the thing you're about to test is going to behave exactly as you predicted. And if you had doubts about whether it could actually withstand the pressure testing, then we certainly wouldn't be doing the pressure testing.
You mentioned that Triton has utilized innovative systems that were outside of normal specifications allowed by industry standards or classification society rules. Can you give some examples of such novel designs?
Sure. So, for example, our full ocean depth sub, the Triton 36002 as we call it, and our numbering system isn't that creative, 36,000 feet / 2 people. It was a sub that nobody had ever certified a vehicle to dive to that depth. So if you looked in the rule book, under full ocean depth subs, the section was blank. So those rules had to be developed, and we developed them in concert with the classification societies, much like we developed the rules of operating a tourist submarine together with the United States Coast Guard in 1987. So we had ideas about what we thought was going to be necessary, and then we worked collaboratively with DNV to ensure that whatever testing we were doing, whatever unique features the craft was going to be fitted with, had the type of redundancies and backups and so on that they would insist upon. And so it was very much a collaboration with the certification agencies.
And approximately how long did that whole process take?
From the time we began the project to build the Triton 36002, we did approximately 10 months of preliminary design and engineering. Then we presented the client with our findings in terms of a preliminary design and budget and time frame. And then 2 years from the signing of that contract, we delivered the sub. Then we went out and realized there were a few things that we still needed to get right, brought it back in and did another few months of corrective stuff. Sometimes you take something out, things don't work exactly as well as you'd like, and so you address those and continue.
Has Triton utilized an acrylic pressure hull that was outside of the traditional shape allowed by PVHO or pressure vessels for human occupancy?
Yeah, I'm actually glad you asked that question, and yes, we have. We pioneered a new idea for an elliptical pressure boundary, which was something that had never been seen before. It was a brilliant idea by one of our principal designers, a guy named John Ramsey. It was a super clever idea, a way to get more people into a smaller volume while ensuring that they're still comfortable and they still have a great view. We then had to take, because that was an acrylic pressure boundary that had never been created before, the geometry fell outside of PVHO. DNV stipulated a series of additional testing requirements and so on, and some additional analysis that was needed to prove that the design, while novel, was still safe and still complied with their rules.
And to confirm, that did receive DNV certification?
Yes, it did. That's the sub I mentioned that's operating on the cruise ship, the cruise ship sub that carries 9 people, pilot and 8 guests. Dives to 200 meters, so the diving depth is less because it's not a spherical pressure boundary, it's an elliptical shape, and as such, it doesn't have the strength characteristics of a sphere.
We've heard through testimony that the forward dome got knocked off of the Titan and fell onto the ramp. In your experience, had a sub been classed, what would have been required if something like this happened to one of your subs prior to diving?
Well, first of all, it would have been an all-stop, and there would have to have been a report issued to the certification agencies to explain what had happened and to find out what had been the cause and what was done to ensure that it didn't happen again. But the idea of the front dome falling off is, well, it's ridiculous.
How long did it take for the submersible that dives to 11,000 meters to get certified? How long did that take?
It was a 2-year, well, I guess a 3-year process, because they began with us during the initial phase, looking at our calculations and our analysis and our initial design assumptions, and it carried through to the time when I completed I guess the final step in the certification process is actually taking the vehicle with human beings in it to its maximum diving depth. We call it the final checkout dive. And I had the privilege of conducting that dive with the DNV surveyor, Jonathan Struve, a brilliant guy, incredibly smart engineer who was really a co-designer of that sub. That's how involved he was in the development of that vehicle. And we took that sub to 10,932 meters, which is about 35,865 feet. And we even salvaged a lander, pulled it out of the mud and sent it to the surface as further demonstration that we hadn't just built a sub that is an elevator, takes you to the site, and can't actually do anything. We proved it could conduct meaningful work on the bottom, and that was a very important part. I wanted to build a sub that had utility, that could actually do work on the seafloor.
I think we need to take a break now, but we'll reconvene with more questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lahey. This session is now in recess, and we'll reconvene at 2:10.
Okay.
Okay, this hearing is now back in session. Before we continue with the line of questioning from Lieutenant Commander Williams, I'd like to make a clarification on the MTS letter that was discussed earlier. Lieutenant Steele, can you bring up Exhibit 96, please? I'm trying to find. Okay. We want to clarify a point in this letter of how it was either delivered or what was given to OceanGate. So I'd like to just read the second paragraph here for the record. It says, in 2018, this group of volunteer members collaborated to draft a cohesive and directed message to OceanGate on best practices for the safe development and operation of new submersible technologies. The content of this draft letter has been widely shared by the media in recent days. The submarine committee never signed or sent this draft letter to OceanGate, and the draft letter was not approved or issued as a formal statement on behalf of the MTS or the committee. The letter was shared, though.
The letter draft, sorry, I'm just reading.
Thank you. The letter draft was shared, though, with OceanGate by a committee member during the drafting process. OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush and the submarine committee chair engaged in discussions and agreed to disagree on the technical topics of the draft letter. It says of the letter, but I assume that was the draft. So that is the, are there any thoughts on that?
Well, certainly that's probably what precipitated some of the exchanges that I did have with Stockton, where he knew I was not a fan of a vehicle being developed without the benefit of a class society involvement. And, I maintain that that is the most important takeaway from all of this, that we need to insist upon certification as a requirement of continued human occupied exploration of the deep sea.
So, Mr. Lahey, just to kind of clarify that point, around that time that the draft letter was shared with Mr. Rush, you then had direct discussions with him about the contents?
Sure. Well, I don't know if we talked directly about the letter, but we talked about, the idea of certification. I think I highlighted the fact that we had developed, the deepest diving sub in the world at the same time they were developing, this contraption. And frankly, there was absolutely no reason you couldn't certify. And, yes, there's additional cost, there's additional time and hassle associated with it, but the end result is you've got a piece of machinery that meets an internationally recognized set of standards and that people can use with confidence, knowing that an independent peer review of a third-party classification society has been conducted on it.
Sir, did you clarify during those discussions that the view was shared by the MTS and that there was a letter either being signed or drafted?
I honestly don't remember the specifics of the conversation, except to say that he knew I was a proponent of the certification process, and I knew he felt that it was a waste of time, and I think he described it as an impediment to innovation, which I staunchly disagree with.
Understand. OceanGate, are you satisfied that the record's complete now?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lahey.
Yep.
I'd like to continue with Lieutenant
Please.
Commander Williams.
You mentioned you train customers on how to operate your submersibles. In your professional opinion, can someone learn to pilot a sub in one day?
You might be able to make it go up and down and backwards and forwards, but that doesn't make you a pilot. It means you can try your hand at driving the sub, but to be a pilot, you need to understand what to do if something goes wrong, how to fix things when they break, how to diagnose faults, and that isn't something you can accomplish in a day, no.
When you were in the Bahamas, other than the glass spheres you mentioned, you stated you noticed several items that stood out to you, indicating they weren't ready for prime time. Can you expand on those other issues?
I just looked at the execution of some of the stuff, you know, the bolt that screws them into the hull, the fact that it didn't have lift points. You know, if something happened to that platform that it was on, how do you get the vehicle back on board? It just didn't seem to me that it had been particularly well thought out or executed. I saw evidence, you know, like where they were crimping cables, you know, to hold on weights, you know, it just looked amateurish in its execution. And so, you know, I kind of left that visit thinking, well, you know, that's a relief. I don't think that'll ever take people on any significant dives. And obviously,
Mr. Lahey, just to frame this discussion, that was the prototype Titan hull, not the same hull that was used in the...
I don't know which one it was. I just know it was March of 2019. So
Yes, sir.
whatever it was, that's
But
what I saw.
I just want to clarify for the record, we know that that was the prototype hull that was not used during the
Okay.
2021, 2022.
So they may have made wholesale improvements since that time. I don't know. I didn't sort of stick with it, but I just gave them what I thought were some helpful suggestions of things they could improve to make the vehicle safer and better. But of course, I could never comment on the efficacy of the design. I mean, that's really up to the engineers that designed it. And, you know, I'm not an engineer.
For Triton Submarines, to clarify, does Triton only build subs and sell them to customers, or does Triton operate other submersibles or any of the ones that are constructed?
We're not an operator. We design, engineer, build, and then deliver subs. We will sometimes operate a sub for a client, but we're not in the submarine operations business. Having said that, you know, my team spent 9 months in Vietnam training the crew to operate, you know, their 24-passenger tourist submarine, because until we were satisfied that they could operate and maintain that submarine appropriately and in accordance with our rules and the class society rules, then, you know, we weren't ready to leave. So we're very committed to the subs we deliver and to their continued safe use.
Approximately how many submersibles have been constructed by Triton subs?
I believe the number is 30, and with about 4 or 5 in construction right now. So not a huge number, but a, you know, a very respectable number.
I don't know if you're going to be able to answer this question, but approximately how many dives have been conducted by Triton subs?
Well, many thousands of dives. I actually was on a client's vessel last year, and one of the subs they had was completing its 1,000th dive. This is a sub that's rated to 1,000 meters. So how many of them, I don't have the specific numbers, but you know, the customers of ours that are using their subs a lot, I'm sure have done many thousands of dives. And so collectively, I'm sure it's a rather significant number.
Has there ever been a catastrophic loss of the Triton submersibles?
No, there has not.
Are you aware of any incidents on a Triton sub where there was loss of life?
No, absolutely not. Of course not. No.
And earlier you mentioned that the submersible community has had an unblemished history for the last 50 years. Are you aware of when the last loss of life on a submersible was prior to OceanGate's
Yes,
accident?
I am. I'm very familiar with it. It was a sub that was actually ensnared in a net off the coast of Florida. It's one of the subs that belonged to the Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institution. And the JSLs, of which there are 2 of them, one of them became ensnared in a net. And the 2 people in the DLO, the diver lockout compartment, perished when their carbon dioxide level reached a level that, you know, they could no longer sustain, and combination of hypothermia and carbon dioxide poisoning killed them. The 2 people in the acrylic sphere in the front were fine because they didn't have those same challenges. When you're in a metallic boundary and the hull cools to ambient temperature, even in a place like Florida, the temperature was low enough that their soda lime, or the carbon dioxide absorbent that they were using, was no longer effectively removing the CO2.
And what year did that occur?
I believe it was 1974. or 73.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Lahey, I just have some follow-up questions from the earlier lines.
Please.
For the initial Atlantis submersible certifications that you mentioned, I believe you said it was in the 70s. Is that?
No, that was 1987.
1987.
The first Atlantis sub operating in U.S. waters was on the island of St. Thomas in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and it was 1987.
And you said that was an initial certification with really no federal regulations to oversee that or provide requirements for that.
Right. We had, of course, a classed sub. The sub was ABS certified, but the Coast Guard rules had not yet been developed. So, everybody sort of scrambled, and we put our heads together and thought about what we needed to do to ensure a safe operation. Procedures were developed. The crew were trained, and tests were administered actually in Puerto Rico, I believe it was, where we completed our written tests and so on.
Were Coast Guard Marine inspectors involved in that process?
Yes, they were.
How long did that process take, approximately?
Might have been 4 to 6 months. But there was work that was happening before the vehicle arrived, and I'm sure there was plenty of work done afterward because the NAVIC wasn't actually published until 93, I guess, so 6 years later.
Yes, sir, NAVIC 593.
593, yeah, because I think that's the date, right? I picked up on that.
Sir, when you design a submarine, do you also design the launching systems?
Well, I don't personally design the subs, but we have some very clever people that work at Triton that do that. And when we're asked to get involved in launch and recovery systems, we certainly do. And we often will work with a client or with the client's chosen crane, A-frame manufacturing company to ensure that the launch and recovery systems are compatible with the sub. The features on the vessel for securing the deck to the ship have been addressed. Things like how you're going to tow the sub and all that sort of stuff is part of what we do. We call that part of the delivery process integration. And we want to make sure that that goes smoothly and that whatever launch and recovery system has been specified is appropriate in terms of its loading, limits, and so on for safely launching and recovering the sub.
If it's a crane system, is that typically like straps, or do you have lifting points?
We have lifting points, but sometimes there are straps involved. But again, those straps would be rated and certified and tested.
And when you sell a submersible, do you put a contract or agreement in place with the purchaser that ensures that they will keep the submarine classed?
Yes, that's a requirement that they are, that's something they're required to comply with to maintain certification. And of course, we're kept abreast of every one of our subs' status with the certification agencies. We have somebody in our office whose sole job is classification society related issues. And if a sub is about to fall out of class or has fallen out of class or has been laid up, or whatever, we're aware of it, and then we interface with the client to help them address whatever might account for why it hasn't been put back into service or put back into class.
Have there been occasions where submarines have fallen out of class?
Not fallen out of class. What they'll sometimes do is they'll put them in what they describe as laid up status. So if a sub isn't going to be used for a prolonged period, rather than using up the clock, if you will, your certification clock, they'll lay it up, and then they'll do what's called a reactivation survey when they're ready to put it back into service. But no, as I said before, every sub that Triton has built in our 17-year history remains in class, certified to its original depth, and in the hands of a client that we have a great relationship with.
What would happen if a submarine went out of class and kept operating?
Well, that would be a problem because I think our customers uniformly recognize and agree with the importance of certification. So any more than they would allow their ships to lapse, because they're all classed as well, by the way. So in many cases, the ships are classed by the same organizations that class the subs. And the people that class the vessel would certainly not permit them to let a sub be on board a vessel if it wasn't classed. And if anybody were using a sub that was not classed, then that would, I don't believe, I can't think of an example of when that's ever happened, so.
Do you know if your submersibles are registered or flagged?
Some of them are. Not all of our customers choose to flag their subs, but some of them do. And as I mentioned before, oftentimes they're flagged in the Cayman Islands, and believe it or not, as obscure as this may seem, the Cayman Islands actually has rules governing the safe operation and maintenance and continued operations of a human-occupied vehicle, of a submersible.
The submarines that are not registered or flagged, would those be recreational use?
I don't know that it's a requirement for a sub to have flag status that's being used to carry passengers. I'm just trying to think if the sub in Vietnam or the one on the cruise ship, if they have a flag status. I'd probably have to ask our classification society expert. I don't actually know. But I don't think it would change anything, because fundamentally, whether it has a flag state affiliation or not, the certification would still be the primary reason that, it's safe.
Certification by a third party.
That's right. Independent third-party certification by, it can be a variety of them, but ours typically are always, ours are all either ABS or DNV.
Out of curiosity, you mentioned earlier about a submersible having power systems that were limited, like batteries. Did you mention what type of power systems a submarine would then have?
I don't know if I touched on it, but happy to do so. Vast majority of submersibles are powered by batteries. There's a whole range of different battery chemistries, as I'm sure you know, particularly today with the onslaught of batteries that are being developed for electric vehicles. So we're fortunate in that those developments in battery technology have made their way to our vehicles and have enhanced their performance immeasurably. So whereas a sub powered by traditional battery technology, lead acid, for example, might have had a 6-hour operational endurance, with the new battery chemistry, you might easily double that endurance and eliminate the dangers associated with hydrogen gas evolution, the need to ventilate, the need to do maintenance. Life expectancies are increased, charging rates are faster. So it's the definition of a transformative technology. But yes, the vast majority of them are battery powered. I know that fuel cells is another area that is being looked into, and there have been examples of some that are fuel cell powered. And we've even built some that have diesel engines, so they get a little push from that.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
At this time, I'd like to go to the NTSB for any questions.
Good afternoon again, sir.
Good afternoon.
Earlier, we talked about emergency response, and you mentioned coordination. And is that a service that Triton provides?
When we're asked to, we absolutely will assist a customer with that. But we provide them with the templates that they need to create their own self-help and outside help plans. So they don't have to rely on us if they're in a remote part of the world and they would like us to assist them in identifying local and regional assets that could help them in an emergency, then we will. But in many cases, they can do that research on their own. Quite often, though, we will get consulted because we, having been in this business a long time, we have contacts in many places in the world, and giving them the names of a local ROV company or another sub that's in the area, they will sometimes reach out to us.
Other than the Navy or other navies, is there one company out there that's tracking where all the emergency assets are at?
I've heard that, I know that Ismerlo, which is a military submarine kind of group, I think, we certainly stay in touch with all of our customers, but as far as other operators, because we're not the only manufacturers out there, so there are other people who've manufactured subs. And certainly I do know of some examples where there's groups that have been set up, like, where you communicate by instant message and chatting and so on. So if there's a group of people diving in the Bahamas, they'll introduce a new operator, and then the other operators who typically operate in that same area will say, welcome to the area, we're over here, we're over there, and if you need our help, let us know, that kind of thing.
Okay.
But it's not a formal process.
Regarding flagging, you mentioned Cayman Islands, Vietnam. Are there other nations that you have subs flagged with?
Well, yeah, U.S., yeah, sure. Yeah,
There
U.S.
are U.S.
flag.
flag manned submersibles.
Well, I'm thinking of the Atlanta subs. They would be U.S. flag, I'm sure. But the ones because we actually had to build them in the United States because of the Jones Act, we couldn't build. It's a Canadian company, Atlantis. So the subs would be built in Canada if they were going to other places other than the United States. But when a sub goes to Hawaii or a U.S. destination like U.S. Virgin Islands or Guam, they have to be flagged U.S., and therefore the subs have to actually be built in the United States.
Are there U.S. flagged Triton submersibles?
I'm just trying to think if any of our U.S. customers flag them. I just don't think that many of our customers bother with flagging them. The vessels that they're aboard are flagged, certainly, but the sub is sort of almost considered to be a tender to the vessel and doesn't necessarily have a flag affiliation. So I think Marshall Islands is one that I've seen. I know that Norway, we have a client that has a Norwegian flag, Spanish. I'm sure that some of our U.S. clients probably flag their subs, but I don't actually know. Again, I'd probably have to consult with our classification society expert about that.
Okay, since you brought up tenders, there's ships out there where the tenders themselves have their own SOLAS passenger safety certificate. Would be similar, I would think, if you're carrying passengers?
I imagine it would be. If you're carrying passengers for hire and it's a sub that is being used and for tourism, I imagine so, yes. But it's on a private vessel. I think that perhaps the requirements may not be the same. I don't know, actually.
Are there any manned submersibles where the flag does not match the surface tender or the surface ship?
It's a good question. I don't think so. I think you'd want the two to match. I do know there were examples of a Cayman flagged vessel where they had a sub that couldn't meet the Cayman Islands flag registry requirements, and they had to get rid of their sub. But our subs all comply with the Cayman Islands shipping registry rules for submarines.
We talked a little bit about launch and recovery earlier. Is that process part of the classification as well?
It certainly would be. The classification society is going to want to make sure that the appliance that's used to launch and recover the sub, meets their requirements.
Would it be fair to say that manned submersibles are going to be ubiquitous within a generation?
I certainly hope so.
So given that, are there opportunities for improvement in either class standard or class rules or flag state regulations?
Well, the class rules are constantly evolving, as most things are. So if you were to look at the rules from when I started my career nearly 40 years ago and you look at the rules today, a lot of things have changed because technology's advanced. We're using systems and components that didn't exist. Our lighting systems, our battery systems, our propulsion systems, methods of communication, navigation, all of it has improved. And with it, the rules have to keep up. So the rules are constantly being updated to reflect, the current technologies. Another thing that's happened, and again, I'm not a designer, I'm not an engineer, but I do know that the software tools that engineers have access to, their capacity to analyze complex structures and to perform finite element analysis, all of those things have dramatically improved. So our capacity to produce better and better vehicles, of course, has improved along with that, with those software developments. And as well, the certification agencies themselves are more receptive to looking at things perhaps differently than they would have in the old days when different types of testing might be required, whereas now there's this idea of design by analysis. Doesn't mean you don't do testing. It just means that design by analysis has gotten some traction because it's so effective. It's such an effective way for you to analyze a complex structure.
All right, so speaking of analyzing complex systems, in addition to FEAs, have you ever done an FMEA?
Yes, we do those routinely with our vehicles.
And for the record, that would be a
failure modes and effects analysis. In fact, we just had to do one for a client that's picking up their sub right now. So they wanted one done. We have one done for each model. And I think they had some specific operational things that they wanted us to address in our FMEA.
Do any of the classification societies require that?
Again, probably something I need to check with my classification society expert. I'm not trying to be evasive. I just don't know the answer. I think, yes, we would, I think, typically supply the classification society with an FMEA.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've heard you say you're a fan of class societies.
I am.
So other than marketing and insurance, what requires you to be classified?
Common sense, I suppose, a desire to ensure that the equipment we're building meets an internationally recognized set of standards and that people can dive in our machines with confidence and in absolute safety. As I said, you go back to the track record of safety, which is unprecedented. I can't think of any other mode of transportation that can boast a 50-year track record of perfect safety. And I think there's no doubt that the certification process does work. It's tremendously effective. And I think it's effective because of how comprehensive it is in scope. And that because it stays with the vehicle throughout its lifetime, it's a great way to ensure that the continued use of a human-occupied vehicle is going to be something that a person can do and can use with confidence.
Okay, so lastly, if there's no requirement to be classed, there's no requirement to be flagged, there's no requirement for the sub to match the surface tender's flag, how can we prevent what happened with Titan?
I think insisting on certification, and you say that there's no requirement for it, that's my point. There should be a requirement for it. I believe that continued human exploration of the deep sea requires certification, that we should not be operating experimental vehicles. I'm not a fan of the idea of an experimental airplane. If somebody can throw together an airplane in their garage and take it out flying, and there's plenty of people that do that. I personally would not get in one. I personally believe that having an independent peer review of your design engineering assumptions is a critical part of ensuring that the thing you do eventually manufacture and deliver meets an internationally recognized set of standards.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Lahey.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate for any questions.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Fawcett, I believe you have a question.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Keith Fawcett.
Good afternoon, Keith.
I just want to follow up on a question that Commander Williams asked. So this was, she asked a question about a class submersible where the dome falls off after a dive. And you, I believe you stated, correct me if I'm wrong, that if it was classed, it would require a report to class.
That's correct. Any incident involving a sub, a class sub, has to be reported. So whatever that incident, if somebody has a slip and fall, if you have a component failure, whatever, there's so many incidents. I can't think of a specific one, but we have to report it. And then what was done to correct it also has to be reported. And that includes, like, if a submarine is damaged in shipping, we can't just begin using it. They have to do an inspection, and then they generate a report based on their findings. And if there are things that have to be repaired, those items are repaired. And if there's things that have to be tested after that repair, they have to be tested. And only after it's been given the clean bill of health are you allowed to continue using it.
So in that particular case, if you made a report to class, would it be fair to say that class may require a corrective action on the part of the owner of the vessel
I would venture to guess that it's a certainty. They would insist that, you know, the failure that occurred would have to be corrected. There'd have to be an explanation for why it happened and what's been done to ensure that it can't happen again.
And might it include a class surveyor attending the site and attending the vessel to make sure, to the satisfaction of the surveyor, that those corrective actions had taken place?
It would absolutely include that.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fawcett. Mr. Lahey, I think you mentioned earlier for your acrylic submarines that you used the design basis analysis to, is that correct?
In some of them, yes.
Was that because it was a new hull material?
Yes, that's right. It was designed by analysis, I think the term that's used.
Did you find that process to be lengthy, or was it, how long did that take for a standard
Well, I didn't
new design?
personally conduct that process, but our engineers did. And it didn't it didn't change the delivery schedule of the vehicle. So I would say that it didn't, you know, hinder our capacity to complete the vehicle on a timeline and according to a schedule that we'd committed to.
Thank you. For the record, the Coast Guard does have a process for a design basis analysis from our Marine Safety Center. I just want to put that on the record. Sir, at this time, are there any final questions for Mr. Lahey? Oh, I'm sorry, Commander Whalen.
You had mentioned a few times with regards to the classification societies and having a class vessel is not a requirement, but more of a recommendation. It's a requirement for, you said, what other nation was that? I apologize.
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry.
The Cayman Islands.
Yes,
Cayman Islands requires a classification society.
They do. Well, the flag state, they have very specific rules about the operating and safe operating, maintenance, and piloting of a sub, and that's because the first real sort of tourist subs actually arrived in the Cayman Islands ahead of when we first deployed subs in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And so, not surprisingly, when the people in the Cayman Islands, you know, saw that there was equipment out there taking people underwater, they decided they wanted to develop some rules for how those subs would be safely operated and maintained. I think they largely came out of here's another acronym for you, AODC, Association of Offshore Diving Contractors, which is the world I came from, oil and gas. A lot of those rules were developed in the oil and gas industry in the 70s and the 80s.
Are you aware of any International Maritime Organization or IMO requirements to be for submersibles?
I'm sure there are some IMO requirements, but again, I'd probably have to defer our classification society expert on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Lahey? Mr. Lahey, is there anything the board has not asked you that you think would be valuable for this investigation?
Not that I can think of, except I would like to say that, you know, aside from the tragic loss of life, which was both regrettable and unfortunate, the fact that machine killed 5 people and created such a frenzy throughout the world about human-occupied vehicles had a sort of an unexpected consequence, and that is that legitimate operators of subs who go through this very arduous, time-consuming, expensive, and necessarily thorough accreditation process were sort of grouped in with that. And I think I appreciated having an opportunity to participate in this hearing so I could share with you the stark difference between the beautifully designed and thoughtfully engineered machines created by those of us who do value the accreditation and certification process and those who tend to focus on experimental vehicles. I think as long as we insist on certification as a requirement for continued human-occupied exploration of the deep sea, we can avoid these kind of tragic outcomes. And I'll finish by just saying that I believe that submersibles are the most magical machines on the planet. They transport human beings to what I consider to be the most beautiful part of our world, which is in the deep sea. And they do it with absolute safety. And I think we don't want to discourage people diving in subs. What we do is we want to educate people as to the difference between an experimental sub and a certified sub, which, as I mentioned, has this incredible track record of safety to substantiate that they are machines that we don't need to be afraid of. And I do hope that as a result of this inquiry and the eventual acceptance of certification as an important requirement for continued use of a sub, that more people get to have the privilege of seeing the ocean from the perspective that I've had the privilege of seeing it. Because if you want to create advocacy, if you want to create passion and love of the ocean, put a person in a human-occupied vehicle, and you'll have an advocate for life. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lahey, you are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. Thank you for your testimony and cooperation. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Steele. She was at the podium. At this time, the hearing will recess and reconvene at 1500.
Thank you.
The hearing is now back in session. We will now hear virtual testimony from Ms. Antonella Wilby, former OceanGate contractor. Ms. Wilby, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
At this time, can you please stand and raise your right hand, Ms. Wilby? Lieutenant Steele will administer the oath.
Good afternoon. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you for your time today, Ms. Wilby. We appreciate it. I'm going to have Lieutenant Commander Williams start off with questioning. But before we start, do you have any questions or for the board?
Not at this time.
Okay, if you ever need a break during this, just let us know, and we'll take a short recess. Lieutenant Commander Williams.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wilby. First, I'd like to thank you for being here with us today. Before we begin, I will ask that you please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use any acronym, I will stop you and ask you to explain the acronym. Can you please tell me about your educational background?
My academic degrees are all in computer science, and I'm a PhD candidate where I work on computer vision-based robotic mapping and localization. So I do specialize more in software, but I am a field roboticist, and thus my work does involve hardware, software, and field operations.
Did you have any experience in the maritime community prior to working with OceanGate?
Yes, since 2018, I have worked part-time, generally between 2 and 5 months a year, as a contracted, remotely operated vehicle pilot and technician aboard scientific research vessels, but I had not worked in crewed submersibles.
When did you begin working with OceanGate?
I began working with OceanGate in July 2022. I had been contracted for missions 3 through 5 of the 2022 Titanic expedition in July 2022. I had visited their facility in April as an interview, April of 2022, but I didn't officially work for them or have any involvement until July 2022.
And what were your intended roles and responsibilities as you understood them as an operations and engineering tech contractor?
Maintenance of the vehicle, of any subsea systems, software, not software development, but sort of maintaining computer systems, downloading data. I was led to believe I would be a pilot in training as well. That didn't occur. And so it was sort of a general position spanning maintenance and then also operations. So I was in mission control, serving as a navigator for many of the dives.
As I understand it, you were responsible for helping navigate the Titan to the shipwreck from the top side during one of the missions. Can you explain what that experience was like?
I think for all dives but dive 80, I was, at least for part of the dive, in the navigation seat. So having had experience as an ROV pilot, the experience was significantly different. Basically, the procedure was the sub had a sonardyne, a USBL, which is ultra short baseline, and it's acoustic positioning system. It doesn't work the same way as GPS. It's all acoustic based, but you can kind of think about it like a GPS. And that gives an XY position and depth of the sub. And this is, a standard system that I've used, but in this case, the procedure was looking at the sonardyne software on a computer, writing the lat-long coordinates down in a notebook, typing those coordinates into Excel, and then importing that Excel spreadsheet into an ArcGIS map where they had a few layers loaded. There was some side scan from from somewhere, I don't know, but the primary navigational map was a hand-drawn map that sort of showed, the bow of the Titanic and the debris field in the stern. I realized during one of the dives, one of my concerns with this system, in addition to everything else, there was delays because there was this manual process of typing in, or first writing down the lat long coordinates and then typing them in, and then we tried to do that every 5 minutes, but it was a lot to do and a lot in the software, rather than just having, every other system I've used has your bathymetry, and then there's a software that just loads those USBL pings as they're coming in on that bathymetry, so you know exactly where you are. There's not this process where it has to be manually inputted. One of my concerns with that system that I realized after a few dives is that, and I had used ArcGIS briefly in high school, but I had, no real prior experience with the software at this point. So I, don't have a super thorough understanding of how it works, but basically the coordinate frame, the absolute positioning where you would have the USBL and lat long, they inputted the Titanic map to that, and it was manually aligned. So there was like a reference point on that map that you would manually align with the ArcGIS coordinate system. So it would be, properly in absolute coordinates. The problem was that it never seemed to be fixed to me. So you could accidentally click and drag this map. And so you might be looking at the map and plotting the pings and thinking, oh, maybe the Titanic is, I would say 50 meters to the west, when in fact it was the map itself that had shifted. So there seemed to be a lot of problems with this system, and it caused issues, particularly in dive 79. It caused a significant issue where, and there was also sort of what seemed to be a communications breakdown that contributed to that. But the sub had landed somewhere in the debris field, but never gave confirmation that they were in the debris field. And then somehow some confusion occurred where it seemed like they weren't where I thought they were on the map. And then they were, sort of the pilot, Stockton, for this dive took off towards the bow, but never found it. And they just sort of flew around for 3 hours looking for it while we tried to figure out what was going on, both with what had broken down with the navigation system and the acoustic communications. So that's sort of the overview that I recall of that system.
When you were having issues, or when OceanGate was having issues with this system, did you voice any concerns or any improvement suggestions to anyone at OceanGate?
Yes, I suggested, only because it's a software I've used before and it's widely used in industry, not recommending this exact software, but I informed them that there's software that exists that does this exact thing, that plots bathymetry, or sorry, plots USBL pings on your bathymetry, and you use that for navigation, and you can get bearings and headings. And I've used HiPAC. I suggested that to them as a possible option that does this. I had some conversations with Phil Brooks where they had said maybe they wanted to do an in-house system, but they hadn't had the software team having time to do that. And I did, especially after dive 79, I was quite concerned about this system, especially after I realized that you could get a lot of error just by accidentally moving this map a few pixels off the reference point. And of course, underwater, you're limited by the distance your light sees. So even, 50 meters, you could be right next to something and not be able to see it. So I did raise those concerns, and I did suggest certain solutions, but I was told that, they had the world's foremost expert in ArcGIS set up that system, no idea who that was, and that, I wasn't being solution oriented. So I kind of let it drop. After that conversation, I was no longer on the navigation team.
So as I understand it, you were present during dive 80 on July 15th, 2022, where a loud bang was heard upon surfacing. Am I correct?
Yes.
can you please tell me in detail about what you know about that dive?
Yes. So as I said, following Dive 79, I was no longer on the communications team, which included the navigation seat. So I was assigned to Sonardyne deck operations, which basically consisted of, being on deck and turning on and off that Sonardyne unit for launch and recovery. For the dive itself, I was on standby, and I spent most of that dive on the deck and in the like container where there was a little the shop with spare parts and such. So I was not in mission control for any part of that dive. And I wasn't aware until the next day that anything had really gone wrong. Like watching the launch and recovery, it actually, to me, looked relatively smoother than any launch and recovery I had seen prior. And it wasn't until the sub did come up, I think slightly later than scheduled, or I don't quite recall. But for some reason they delayed the debrief until the next morning. Whether it was too late or it had been an early start, I don't quite recall. So at 9 a.m. in the debrief meeting on July 16th, 2022, we were going through the debrief, and one of the customers stated that on ascent, as they were getting fairly close to the surface, I don't know what depth they were actually at, but they heard a bang as loud as an explosion. I later spoke to some of the people who had been in the small boats helping with the launch and recovery, and one of them told me, I recall clearly, one of them told me they heard it from the surface. Again, I don't know exactly what depth that occurred at. Stockton's response when the customer brought that up was to kind of, it seemed to me, immediately shut it down. I recall him saying, "We're not at the part of the debrief where we're discussing ascent and recovery, so we'll discuss it later." Later, we got back to it, and he, again, just sort of, I felt brushed it aside. He said, "Well, it was probably just the sled banging against the frame, and then, oh, well, deep sea vehicles just make lots of noise due to pressure changes." And, I will say, as an ROV pilot, I've never been aboard the vehicle, right? So I don't know what sort of sounds they make. I will say that I've, at this point been in dozens of launch and recoveries of ROVs and have never heard anything from the surface other than, thruster noise when it's right at the surface. And if that did happen, that would be incredibly concerning, even for a vehicle that doesn't have humans aboard, right? You don't want to lose that vehicle. And so I just felt that didn't seem like the customer's concerns were taken particularly seriously in that meeting. So following the debrief, I went to Amber Bay, the director of administration, to raise my concerns about what I had just heard. And I told her, I'm really concerned about what this customer has said, and that there was a bang as loud as an explosion. And I asked what's being done. And her response to that was that, yes, many people are concerned about you. You don't seem to have an explorer mindset. And I was kind of taken aback by that because she didn't acknowledge what I had just said and asked, what was the procedure was, what was going to be done. And then so I pushed on it a little. She did tell me that the engineering team is having meetings. I was an engineering and operations tech, but I was a brand new independent contractor, so maybe I was definitely not involved in those meetings. And I continued pressing on it a little bit to kind of say that, reiterate that I felt this was quite concerning to hear this report, especially in the context of the haphazardness I'd seen in the rest of the operation. And everything I said, she sort of turned it back around on me and said, "Well, yeah, you have a bad attitude. You don't have an explorer mindset. We're innovative and we're cowboys, and a lot of people can't handle that." And at the end of the conversation, I was actually slightly worried about being sued for breach of contract because for some reason on Mission 5, almost every single one of the staff, like employee engineers and techs, other than the pilots, as well as I think every contractor but me, maybe one other was still contracted. I don't really know for sure. But they were sending the entire, technical staff home. And they had started making jokes, like in Mission 3, that I was going to be sort of the de facto lead engineer because I was going to be the only one aboard. And this scared me because number one, I had seen a system 3 days prior. I had zero experience. I don't have experience in crewed submersibles, in life support systems. And even on an ROV team, even not an experimental ROV, like ROVs that have been routinely deployed for 20 years, and have, very well established procedures. We have a team of, I've never worked on a team of fewer than 6. Sometimes it's as many as 10. And so the thought of like, being the only person out there on a system that I had never seen before was, frightening. And I didn't know if that would expose me to liability. But I also was worried that, if I was the only one and I quit, that might sort of inspire them to sue me for breach of contract, because then they would have no other techs aboard. And so I was a little worried, but by the end of that conversation, she asked if I wanted to be sent home, and I said yes. And so, they booked me a flight for the next day. After this meeting, I went to Phil Brooks, the director of engineering, and I asked him if they had seen anything in the dive, like the strain gauge data or the acoustic emission data that corresponded with the customer's report of this loud explosion sound. And he said, well, Stockton and I looked at the data, and, we did see movement in the hole in the strain gauge data. And at this point I said, well, so I want to just make it clear. I am not an expert in carbon fiber at all. I don't really have any expertise in any composite materials. I do have, experience maintaining pressure vessels, but, I've only ever worked with deep sea vehicles. They're generally either titanium or stainless steel. Sometimes acrylic and aluminum are used in shallow water applications. But I do not have any composite experience, but more from a common sense standpoint, that seemed very worrisome to me. And I pressed, and for me as an engineer, like my brain immediately just goes to analyzing all possible failure modes. And despite not being, any sort of expert in composites, it also appeared that, like, I certainly am not an expert, but it didn't appear that anyone else aboard had specific expertise in composite materials, nor did anyone employed at OceanGate at the time seem to have any of this expertise. And so for me, I certainly wouldn't want to make that judgment call, but I would want someone with expertise in this particular material to be reviewing this data and determining what was a problem and what wasn't. And so I did bring up, delamination to Phil as could that have been, something indicated in these data? And he said, well, it was only a few microns. And I asked if they were going to continue diving the sub, or if they were going to stop the operations until they figured out really what had happened. And he said, well, we'll do the next 2 dives on mission 5, and then when it gets back to Seattle, we'll do a visual inspection. And after this conversation, I was still very concerned, because again, as a non-expert, like, my very rudimentary understanding of carbon fiber is that, the structure, the strength of the materials comes from, like, molecular bonds and, the layers, affixed on top of each other. And so, like, just the difference of a few microns, it seems somewhat meaningless to me without further context of, like, where it was and, the size of whatever this few micron movement was. It just seemed like just because that sounds like a small number doesn't mean that that's not cause for concern, at least with my rudimentary understanding. So I flew home the next day, and I was still really concerned. And by this point, I had decided I wanted to say something before the next dive, because they were going to be diving the sub a couple days later. And, in the background I come from, the culture is sort of, anyone who has a legitimate safety concern should feel free to raise that concern without fear of retribution. And, even if I was wrong, I felt like something should still be said. And so I had decided I was going to go to the board of directors, but I didn't actually really know who the board of directors were. They had mentioned that there was some astronaut on the board of directors, but, like, I didn't really know how to contact them or who they were specifically. And so I spoke to one of the media, like her job. She was an OceanGate employee. who is a social media and marketing expert, or that was her job. And I spoke to her mostly because we had been cabin mates and she had been with the company for, I don't know how long, but certainly longer than the 2 weeks I was there. And she was an employee and, knew how the company worked. And, I just wanted, I guess my reasoning was that if, the board of directors was all Stockton's cronies, there might be no point in going to them because maybe they wouldn't take it seriously. Again, not knowing who they were. And if they were independent, maybe they would take it seriously. And I texted her and asked this question, are they Stockton's cronies? And she said, no, as far as I know, they're fairly independent. Why? And so at that point, I called her on the phone. And she had left the previous week, so she was not on board for Dive 80. And I explained to her what had happened. I explained to her my concerns. And I said, I'd like to raise this issue to the board of directors. I think it's important that this be raised before the next sub dive. And she cautioned me very strongly to reread my NDA because the board of directors is separate from OceanGate and they're not covered under the NDA. And any disclosure to them may be considered a breach of my NDA. And she also cautioned me that the company is extremely litigious. And that kind of matched with certain things I'd heard. I don't recall any specifics, but I kind of, Stockton would sort of make these flippant jokes about, well, if I don't like you, I'll just sue you. He joked about firing me after I refused to dive for their launch and recovery, scuba dive for their launch and recovery operation because I felt it was entirely unsafe. And so at this point, I guess I just weighed all the factors and, as a non-expert, as a contractor who had been there for 2 weeks, I don't have inside knowledge of, what might have been done that I wasn't privy to, right? And maybe there were procedures in place that I just wasn't aware of. But frankly, the thought of being, sued over something like this, I couldn't defend myself against that. And so after mission 5, they did 2 dives and to the Titanic depth, and I had people on board telling me, what was going on. And they completed those 2 dives, and I thought, well, maybe I was wrong, right? I'm certainly not an expert, and I would have been happy to have been wrong. So I never did reach out to the board of directors after that conversation.
Did you observe anyone inspecting the hull of the Titan after the loud bang?
No. In fact, I asked Phil about that, and he said, well, they couldn't inspect it from the outside, and there was so much on the inside that had to be taken apart. And he said, well, that's too much trouble. That's why we have to do it in Seattle. It would take time. It would delay the dives, basically. And so, no, I saw no one inspect it at all.
From your experience, what is your opinion of the safety culture at OceanGate?
Just based on the other outfits I've worked with and, my experience in this industry, I saw what I would classify as safety theater. People carrying expensive equipment to, as a locator beacon and, these sorts of things, but when actual safety concerns were raised or even plans asked about, like as an example, when I was asked to scuba dive for the launch and recovery operation, I asked several very basic questions about the dive profile, depth, duration, what the water temperature was. Like these are any scuba diver would ask these. I asked about a dive medicine plan, if there was medical evac in place. Where is the nearest hyperbaric chamber? I mean, we're 400 miles off the coast of Newfoundland, so like any evacuation would be delayed significantly. And I asked about those things and was just told, oh, don't worry, it'll be fun, we'll have fun. You'll just observe how it works. And after those conversations, I refused to dive for the operation, scuba dive. But it was things like that and things like just hearing hush, hush kind of whispers and people kind of behind the scenes saying this doesn't really make sense and this seems bad, but no one's saying anything. And then when I did even small things, like when I raised those concerns, immediately being kicked off the navigation team, for example, or, joking about being fired when I didn't scuba dive, when I had safety concerns, which just to clarify, I didn't really raise those safety concerns at the time. It was my second day on the job, and I was trying kind of not to be a troublemaker. But I said it earlier, like one of the things that has been drilled into me in trainings, both in the sort of offshore industry and in the scientific diving industry, is that anyone should feel free to speak up about a safety issue without fear of retribution. And that is not at all what I saw. I saw theater, I saw some sort of risk matrix that never fully made sense to me. But then when people would have a legitimate concern, it just seemed like they either wouldn't bring it up or, in my case, I, was entirely dismissed.
From what you observed while on board the Horizon Arctic, did you feel that OceanGate was conducting operations safely?
No. Like, no aspect of the operation seemed safe to me.
What was your specific role during Dive 80?
I was assigned to, I can share the dive plan if you'd like, but I was assigned to sonardyne deck operations, which basically involved me turning on the beacon on the vehicle, and some of the topside stuff, like, making sure one of the computers was on. And then I was on standby for the entire dive. And then again, I, was in charge of shutting those things down after the recovery. But that was the entirety of my, that was what I was assigned to do on Dive 80.
Based on your experience on the Horizon Arctic, would you have felt comfortable going in the Titan?
No, I had, initially thought I had thought part of the job for me was being trained as a pilot. And I've wanted, the ROV industry, I've kind of wanted to diversify and work in both industries, but having had no crewed sub experience, I had thought that this might be, an initial training, and I did want to be trained because I've wanted to, pilot a crewed sub for a long time. But haven't, been hired. This was the first job I was ever hired for. And it kind of felt like they pulled a bait and switch. There wasn't really time, in the operation to train me. But I saw the sub and, I was fine with that. I've for years have been trying to get, training on a crewed sub. But when I saw the sub, there were just so many aspects of it that just seemed kind of thrown together. And even every question I asked about any of the engineering or design, the answer was never, well, here's the data, here's the analysis we did, here's the testing. It was always, well, this is what Stockton wants. Or, the foremost expert on whatever said it should be this way. But like, there was never any, it was sort of just was name dropping. Like, well, NASA does it this way with no real context. And it just seemed like there was no, at least it wasn't apparent to me what the engineering rigor had been, because, when you answer specific questions with like, that's just what the company founder wants, instead of like actual design decisions and data and analysis, like that just, it was a red flag to me. And so I would not have, after seeing the sub, I didn't see it. I think it was already in transit. So when I went to the headquarters in April to interview, the sub was not there. And so I didn't see it. But when I saw it and, I was in it, I was seeing the systems, I was working on it, but I did not want to pilot it at that point.
Do you feel the reason you left early from your contract was because you had raised safety concerns to OceanGate employees?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Wilby, Lieutenant Commander Emmons has the next line of questions for you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wilby. I just have a few follow-up questions for you. When you were taken off the comms and navigation team, You were told that you were not solution-oriented. What did that mean to you?
I was a little confused because in my mind, during that dive, it seemed pretty clear there were multiple breakdowns, and at some point it was unclear whether the acoustic modem either wasn't delivering messages to the sub or we weren't receiving them. And so that communication link had broken down and there were some sort of misunderstandings. And then, I felt like I was trying to, analyze every aspect of this navigation system, think about the sources of error, and like figure out what had gone wrong to try to just figure out where the sub was. Um, and I felt that was being solution oriented. I mean, there were 5 people at the bottom, and it seemed like something in the operational system had broken down, and it wasn't like the sub was entirely lost. We still had USBL pings, and we knew vaguely where they were, but I couldn't, with confidence, try to navigate them to any landmark because it seemed like they weren't on the map where I thought they should be. And so during this, I recall Wendy Rush was in the communication seat and Phil Brooks was also in mission control. And they started talking about how, well, we have the map and we have the USBL, plots. We can show them they got close to the Titanic. So if anyone's upset and wants a refund, we can show them, we delivered our part of the service. You got close enough. And I was frankly pretty angry at this because like we still had the problem at hand where we didn't know what was going on with the acoustic modem. We didn't know why the navigation seemed to be like off. And then they were talking about profit. And so not being solution oriented, I mean, I was literally trying to find the solution to what was going on. And, it just sort of seemed like I was sort of blamed for something and, told I wasn't being solution oriented when I quite literally my entire focus was figuring out where in this convoluted navigational system, and procedure, something had gone wrong. So I don't really understand why that was how it was characterized.
Do you have an opinion as to why you were taken off the comms and navigation team?
Yes. I mean, I will admit, when I was quite frustrated, I was very frustrated hearing the discussions while the issue was still actively ongoing about, whether the customers would be upset and want their money back. And I, admit I can be a little not tactful at times. And I think I made a comment at some point, like, this is an idiotic way to do your navigation. Which wasn't the most tactful way to say it, I, fully admit, but I do stand by that. It was just the whole system was absolutely idiotic. But that, of course, wasn't received well. After the dive, Wendy Rush told me, well, we can retrain you so that you understand how the mapping works because we've had this foremost expert design it for us. And I was still frustrated. And so I just, I just still felt like I was trying to get across that there were things in this chain that were breaking down and they could break down without you realizing it. And, even if it was minor fixes, like to try to at least make it so the map couldn't be accidentally dragged and you wouldn't realize that it was offset from where it was actually supposed to be, and so it was frustrating because to be told, well, you just need to be retrained in mapping. Like I was trying to get across the problem I had seen. And instead it was just, well, you don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you. You had mentioned the acoustic monitoring system and strain gauges. Were you trained on these systems and how strain gauges worked?
No, I was trained to download the data after each dive. I had asked some questions of Phil Brooks in my initial training about specifically the acoustic emission system. I work on robotic localization and mapping, from computer vision. I don't really work on acoustics, but just for my own interest, I had asked him, are you able to, because they had said the acoustic emissions was listening for fiber pops over time, right? But to me, that's, and they listened to how loud it was, and they said it was louder, at the top of the dive, the start where the pressure, the relative pressure change is most significant, and then it kind of quiets down. But to me, just individual noises of fibers popping, it doesn't, again, as a non-composites expert, it doesn't seem to be the proper metric because, for example, if you had fibers popping all next to each other, developing a weak spot, maybe that sounds, if your metric is loudness, that might sound the same, but over time you might have developing problems. And this is all just my own sort of, trying to wrap my head around the problem, but I had asked Phil if they were able, because I don't even know where these acoustic sensors were. I don't know how many of them there were. I don't know what type they were. All I was trained on was to download the data, but I had asked if you were, just for my own interest primarily, if they were able to localize each ping, like the fiber snaps that they were recording, and track them over time and actually localize the 3D position on the hull for each, acoustic emission, and then over time kind of track this. And he had said, yes, I built some software to do that, but the data processing is really intensive and takes a lot of time, so we don't do that. So I do recall that conversation, but I never saw that software. I never saw results of that software, so I don't really know what its status was, how often it was used, how it was, well, ground truthed for one, because there's real, as how would you ground truth that? So, but yeah, my involvement with that was simply just downloading the data and storing it after each dive.
Thank you. So you weren't involved in analyzing the data, just collecting the data?
Collecting, yes.
Were you trained for your duties and assigned tasks on Dive 80?
Yes, I mean, my tasks were, as far as I recall, pretty much limited to turning on the sonardyne beacon on the vehicle and then turning on like the computer system that was somewhere. And like yeah. So yes, I was trained for that. And assigned those duties, but pretty much I didn't have anything to do other than that. I didn't, so I never saw the data from that dive. I never downloaded it. One of the other, I don't actually know who downloaded it, but someone who wasn't me. So yeah, at that dive, I was just turning on and off the sonardyne beacon.
And in your opinion, do you think that being under a non-disclosure agreement prohibited you from bringing up critical safety issues to the company or the board of directors?
Not to the company. I assumed that was sort of covered, but yes, to the board of directors, yes. If I had not been under that agreement, I would have said something.
Thank you. That's all my questions I have.
Ms. Wilby, are you good to continue, or would you like to take a 5-minute recess?
I can continue.
Okay. Lieutenant Commander Whalen has questions for you.
All right.
Good afternoon. I just have a few questions. With regards to the downloading process, how long did that take? Can you please describe to me the process from downloading the acoustic emissions and strain data from the Titan Submersible?
To the best of my recollection, because I did it after I think maybe 4 dives, and it's been a couple of years, but we would go inside the sub with a laptop and plug it into the computers on board the Titan and just copy those files to a hard drive, and then take that either to the laptop hard drive or perhaps an external drive. I don't recall. The copying process didn't take very long at all. The data wasn't particular there, so there was other diagnostics that was also downloaded during that time as well. So thruster data, other data. So and I didn't really understand the software in detail, and so I knew there were basically logs and diagnostics, and then these strain gauge and acoustic emission data that all needed to be downloaded. It didn't take particularly long. The amount of data wasn't super significant. I don't really recall specific numbers. I would say on the order of tens of gigabytes, if that, not including camera data, which I don't recall how that was handled. I don't believe I ever was in charge of that. And then we would take that laptop back to a room where we had set up sort of, engineering computers, and then it was stored somewhere on those computers. I don't really recall exactly where.
Did you ever observe, or were you part of the next process at this point? So did Mr. Brooks or any of the pilots analyze the data from the previous dive that you witnessed?
Not that I witnessed. I was never trained on that.
Were you involved in in dive 80, the post-dive meeting?
Was there a post-dive meeting separate from the all-hands debrief?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So the all-hands debrief, you were part of
Yeah.
that?
Yes.
And while at the all-hands debrief, was there any mention of the submersible being stuck on the Titanic?
Not that I recall, not on that dive.
On a previous dive? Was it ever mentioned?
I had heard people talk, and this was before I was on board, I had heard people talk about an incident. It may have been in 2021 where, and I don't recall if it was stuck on the Titanic itself or if it was some other entanglement with something on the seabed, but I recall people talking about the sub being stuck and Stockton not wanting to drop, because they could basically drop the hull off of the entire the sled, they called it, but that drops a lot of your sensors and is expensive. So I recall people talking about that as a past event, but I was not on board for that, and I didn't have any firsthand account of that.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Wilby, I just have a couple follow-ups from your earlier questions. At one point after the loud bang, you mentioned that you were told, I'm trying to phrase or what you said, that there was something about a few microns difference. Can you go into that, what that meant to you and what that indicated?
I didn't really know, to be honest. Like I was told there was a network of strain gauges placed throughout the hull in the manufacturing process, and they were intended to, I think what I recall is they were intended to monitor the hull during the manufacturing process and the testing after, but they weren't intended to be a real-time monitoring system or data system after the testing phase. But the sensors still worked, and so they collected the data and used them. But I didn't know where they were. I didn't know specifically how many they were. What I had understood from that conversation was that they were not on the outside of the hull specifically, but they were throughout the hull. But I don't really know for sure. That was just sort of what I had conceived after what was explained to me. But and I didn't know if a few microns, well, just I didn't know if that was, deformation of the overall hull, if that was something internal to the hull. I guess in my mind, what my mind jumped to was something internal to the hull because despite carbon fiber's stiffness, again, non-expert, but I assume there would be some deformation seen. And in fact, I did see certain strain gauge plots, but I didn't really understand them. And, they were never really explained to me. And there were so many other things going on. I never really, sat down with Phil and asked for, a more detailed information. My job is really just collect the data. So yeah, I guess in my mind, I sort of had a concept of what that meant because I thought the sensors were throughout the hull. And so I guess I thought it was relative movement in the hull and not like an overall deformation. But I don't know for sure. It just, seemed worrisome. I also don't know where that measurement came from. Like, like I said, is that across the entire hull? Is that in a portion of the hull? Like, I just don't know the answer to those things. And without some clarification on that, I was still concerned.
Going back to, I believe you said you heard the loud bang?
I did not. I was on the deck of the ship, very far away from the Lars. I spoke to one of the small boat operators after the fact, and he mentioned, and this is, just me recalling what he told me. I did not hear it myself, but he was on a boat above the Lars, where the sub was surfacing, and he said he could hear it from the surface.
Thank you. And going back to when you were on the navigation team, I believe you said that at some point you lost the text communications with the submersible Titan from the surface. Is that correct?
I don't know for sure. It appeared to me that the communications either weren't getting through or weren't being received. Because for every communication, we were supposed to receive a reply and acknowledgement. And as I recall, I never sat at the comm station. Wendy Rush was doing that the entire time that I was, for every dive I was part of in mission control. I don't recall whether they logged those communications and whether, you could see if messages were dropped on the other side by comparing the two transcripts. During that dive, it's somehow with the, breakdown in communications, it seemed to be the conclusion that they had not replied, and maybe the acoustic modem wasn't working and we weren't getting those messages, or they weren't getting our messages, but we weren't getting responses back to basically confirm, do you see the debris field, which would have confirmed they were on the map where the USBL was saying they were. Later, so I was never really involved in a debrief, like a comms team only. Every debrief that I was involved in was an all hands, and of course customers were there. You couldn't really discuss specific operational issues because you're in front of, paying customers that you don't necessarily want to go into the nitty gritty, of the operational details. But we didn't have any sort of like team specific debrief after that to figure out what exactly had gone wrong. After but I did, speak. I don't recall who I spoke to, if it was one of the, maybe it was, I don't recall who I spoke to, but after the fact, I sort of walked away with the impression that they had been receiving our messages, but for some reason the pilot just didn't reply, and they had reached the debris field, but because he didn't acknowledge that, we thought there had been a breakdown. So I don't really know the answer to that, whether there actually was a breakdown and the modems were dropping messages and we were not receiving each other's messages, or whether it was just, human error and the messages were received but just not acknowledged. I don't definitively know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to go to the National Transportation Safety Board for questions. Mr. Muse?
Good afternoon. The Horizon Arctic had its own Kongsberg HIPAP system, is that right?
Yes. I don't know that they were using HIPAC specifically, but yes, they had a Kongsberg transceiver on the ship's hull.
Were they tracking the sub themselves?
Yes.
And could they feed that data to you somehow, or at least let you know where the sub was?
So during that operation, Dive 79, where the navigation and acoustic communications broke down in some way, I believe it was the second mate was currently on watch on the bridge, and he, heard what was going on in the discussions, and he came over and he said, "Look, I have them on our map. Like, I can show you exactly where they are." And I said, "Yes, please show that to me, because I'm confused and something's gone wrong. I want to see that." And then Wendy sort of put a stop to that and said, "This is our operation. We have our procedure." And so he went back to the bridge, and this was all happening, on the bridge, but he went back to his, station. Later, I did briefly see, not during this dive, but I saw, they did have the USBL pings on their bathymetry. But, and I wanted to see where that was, but I couldn't walk away from my position because I was busy writing down lat long coordinates. And, Wendy sort of, it seemed to me that it was, it was their operation and they didn't want any interference. And to me, I just wanted to know where the sub was as a sanity check so that we could get back on track. But that was sort of shut down, and I didn't want to, subvert the chain of command.
So to do that, they'd have to put a Kongsberg transponder on the sub as well as a Submarine transponder? Or does one transponder work with both?
As I recall, so for that particular, so the sub actually had 3 transponders on board. For the first 1,000 meters, they used a Teledyne ATM system. And someone would go out, it has like a physical box. Someone would go out on the small boat during launch and recovery and stick a pole with the topside, responder in the water. And on the radio, call out depths. And I don't think they called out lat long. I think it was just depths, but they tracked the sub with that system to the first 1,000 meters. I believe that system is only rated to 1,000 meters. It doesn't work beyond that, is what I understood. At 1,000 meters, they switched to the Sonardyne system and used that for all the tracking and localization sub 1,000 meters. And that was because there was a configuration problem of some sort with that Sonardyne, which I did try to fix. And they had asked me, I do have a little bit of experience, but on those units, and I've used them on other systems, and they track up until, whatever their spec says. I mean, once you get at the surface, your tracking sort of goes away or is very inaccurate. But, anywhere from 10 meters down, you have good tracking if the unit is configured properly. So I had tried various sound speed profiles, trying to see what was wrong. And at some point I told them, look, Teledyne has 24/7 technical support. I think we should email them and we should ask their opinion, why can't we get this working? Because I tried everything I could and I couldn't get it to work. And they said their response was, again, seemed odd. It was, well, they're not really 24/7. And so they never reached out to Sonardyne that I recall. They also had a Kongsberg unit on board. And so, for the Sonardyne, what I recall is they had rented, so they owned the beacon, it was like an AV Track 6 that was on the sub. They owned that, and they had rented like a ship-mounted transceiver for that Sonardyne unit. The ship had a Kongsberg transceiver, and they had also put a Kongsberg beacon on the sub, but I never saw that Kongsberg work. And I don't know if that was what the ship was tracking, like if the ship had it working and we just didn't have that. I don't really know, but I do recall that configuration, they did have 3 separate beacons. The Sonardyne only worked below 1,000 meters. The Kongsberg I never saw work once. And they had said, well, we've seen it work in the past, but from my understanding, the past was, a different rented, transceiver on the ship, a different ship possibly entirely. So like just because it had worked in the past, the configuration had changed, the hardware had changed. And so I just suggested reaching out to the manufacturers and asking, for their advice. And because also the Kongsberg beacon on the sub was rented. And so, they had never used that particular unit before. And, I never saw it work.
Okay, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Does OceanGate have any questions?
Could we take a short break?
Yes. Ms. Wilby, we're going to take a short recess and reconvene at 4:05 p.m.
All right.
Thank you. The hearing is now back in session. Ms. Wilby, can you hear us?
I can.
At this time, I'd like to shift the questioning to OceanGate Counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Wilby, did you consult with anyone other than the OceanGate social media manager on whether the NDA prevented you from sharing info with the board of directors?
In OceanGate or externally?
At OceanGate,
No,
did you consult with anyone externally?
no.
Thank you.
I believe Mr. Fawcett has a follow-up question.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Keith Fawcett. Thank you for being with us. So, had you not been bound by a non-disclosure agreement from OceanGate, who would you have specifically reached out to at the OceanGate Board of Directors to raise your safety concerns with?
I wasn't sure if there was a contact email or any sort of contact that went directly to the board. I had planned to just find their names and write to them, but I didn't know the best way to approach it, and it was very it felt to me to be time critical. I felt that it should be raised before the next sub dive, but I didn't know who to go to. I just knew there was a board of directors. I thought I could find them publicly, that information. I have worked a colleague who formerly was on, I think, one of the boards of the OceanGate Foundation, although she left many years prior, and I did ask her about getting in touch with the board of directors. I didn't have a specific name, and after that conversation and not really knowing what liability or, risk I would be exposing myself to, I kind of dropped it and didn't, send any communications to anyone.
While you were contracted by OceanGate, did they have any kind of safety telephone number or email address where safety concerns could be sent to upper management?
Not that I'm aware of.
And then on the expedition that you were on, did you observe that OceanGate employees or contractors could freely raise their safety concern with OceanGate senior managers that happen to be aboard the vessel?
No, it didn't appear that way. I don't know if people did speak to them privately, like I did or attempted to. But there wasn't, that I recall, any sort of, announcement in a safety briefing of here's who you go to, in management or concerns. No, it didn't seem that way to me. No.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Ms. Wilby, I just have one follow-up question from an earlier line. I think you had mentioned that you felt, and I'm paraphrasing, like you were the last engineer or were becoming the last engineer on board during the 2022 expedition. Do you know if that was due to planned departures of engineers or unplanned? I'm thinking about illnesses or other types of issues. Can you expound on that a bit?
I think there were planned departures, if I recall correctly, for personal reasons or for on the part of OceanGate staff engineers. I don't know about contractors. My departure was unplanned, but I am not aware of anyone else's departure being unplanned.
Thank you. At this time, are there any final questions for Ms. Wilby? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Wilby, thank you. You are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. We appreciate your testimony and cooperation. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. Thank you again and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
At this time, the hearing will now adjourn for the day and reconvene on Monday, September 23rd at 8:30 a.m. Thank you.